I can load your stream on my phone and mute it.
Uh, yeah, or I could just deliver the questions that people have to you. Like,
Yeah,
I think you probably don't want to have it open simultaneously. I guess you only have one monitor then?
yeah. I only have my laptop. I'll just open it on my phone and mute like my
Yeah,
phone,
yeah,
so like I won't hear it, and then just see the.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Um, Raise Nib's volume a bit. Unfortunately, from my end, his volume is maximized.
Raven.
Yeah, there should be like a volume thing setting somewhere on your end.
What's that? No.
Let me see if I can.
Settings. 1 second.
Yeah, microphone input level. Just crank it up.
Is it good now, or is it too high?
I think that's good personally.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Um. So yeah, before we get started, why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are? I have some idea, but I also actually checked our Facebook message, and we talked about band control in 2013 for standard. Because I remember that GP very well. I lost playing for top 8 in round 15 when it was a 16 rounder because he used to scale in terms of size.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, I remember those.
yeah, it was a long time ago, but you've always been like, I remember whenever I queued into you in extended, you would be playing Gifts Rock, basically. It was
Yeah,
always Gifts Rock. You and Luis and Jeff Wong were always Gifts Rock in the queues. Uh,
yeah. That was basically my deck that I love playing. My first PT actually was Pro Tour Valencia, the
uh,
Flood
um, yep,
PT. So I
the
played
Flood
Gift Rock
PT.
there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um. So basically, been playing extended forever. Back then, I think I've been playing Magic Online almost since it started. I don't remember what year exactly, but
so
pretty much.
yeah, I think it started in 2002 or 2003, right when Odyssey Block came out.
Yeah.
Um, it that's my recollection. I didn't play it back then, but I think a lot of people who got in on the early days had a lot of the expensive cards from IPA, Plane Shift
Yeah.
Apocalypse. Like I'm sure you remember the days where Orm's Chance were like 100 tickets or whatever, like
Yeah,
some
Deed was
ludicrous.
100. All the good IPA cards were like 100.
Yeah,
Vindicate, Spiritmonger.
yeah, and I think you've also played. Correct me if I'm wrong. You played on the Israeli team with Shahar before, or am I
Yeah.
confused? Okay.
Yeah, I played on the Israeli team actually 3 times. The first
Wow.
time was in Memphis, Worlds Memphis.
Yeah.
Second time I was the captain when it was in Gen Con, I think, in Indy.
Okay.
Um, we didn't do too well there. I mean, I did personally well, but there was
Yeah,
no
it's
team.
a team tournament, so it doesn't really matter
Yeah,
that much, of
like
course.
how it worked back then, the personal records mattered, and then
Oh, I see.
day two was like the team event. So day one was personal records. I think I went like 5-1, and my team went like 1-5 or something each of them. And then
Yeah.
then the whole Shahar thing started. Um, and I won a WMCQ.
Hmm.
So yeah, I was with Shahar and the team. We top 16. That
Hmm.
was I think the first year he won Worlds or something. Or
Was
yeah, I
that
think
the
that was the
Reed?
first.
That was the Reed match in the finals,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
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 everyone remembers that one because like Bogles was supposed to like destroy that deck, and then like Shahar
yeah.
obviously just found like some like well Shahar I would say, and he would probably admit this, is that he drew very well versus Reed as well with all of those running cryptic hands versus the
Yeah,
Bogles deck.
it was a
But
crazy match. I remember
yeah,
the whole vibe in this like the
uh,
arena or whatever.
I assume you were watching it live, pretty much like
Yeah, I was
from the
watching it
stadium.
live and
Yeah,
everybody was
yeah,
going crazy.
yeah.
Like, actually, I have a nice story from there. Like,
Okay, sure, go for
I
it.
think this is like obviously this is the first time I met Reed and basically a lot of pro then. We did like just a draft between all of us.
Hmm.
But after Reed lost to Shahar, most people would just tilt out and like want to go to the hotel and just, I don't know, cry themselves out.
Right.
But he actually like came out with us. You could see the tears in his throat, but he also like came out with us with being like,
Hmm.
I was like, wow, are you human? What the fuck? I was just amazed by that. Like, I don't know, it was just amazing to me.
Yeah,
Um,
I've I've known Reed for a while too. He doesn't. He'll obviously like critique himself later and like write all of the mistakes down. Remember, like the year before, he got second to last at World, and he
Yeah,
wrote everything
exactly.
down, and he like tried to fix things, and then it led to the World's finals. So it's kind of, I kind of love that stuff. You know, the power of hard work.
Yeah,
But I mean, obviously, hard work is not always rewarded. But I think more often than not, it is rewarded in some capacity. Um,
for sure.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
but also
well,
his mental state
mm,
is just amazing. Like, I don't know,
so
that's pretty.
yeah, well, lots of good stories from the old days, I guess.
Yeah,
Who knows if Magic will ever be like that again? But in terms of Gifts Rock, I kind of feel like this deck is similar to Gifts Rock in a lot of ways. To be fair, but you know that's
you,
maybe
you mean
that's a
this deck?
stretch. Yeah, like you have your
Mm,
one loam, you just don't have the gifts ungiven, but you have a lot of cantrips, and you have Uro, which is like sort of like Genesis. I don't know, like
kinda, I guess. I don't
I'm
know.
I'm
Get struck
I'm
with like a different
okay, I'm
vibe.
struggling, but really what's going on is you're not a stranger to playing all of the good cards in one deck, is what I should actually say.
Yeah,
And I think,
this deck is basically
yeah, I I think well, starting to begin with, I think most of the work done by this deck was from Honorog, of course, a while back. You know, just touching red in the Bant shell to play expressive iteration, to also address a lot of the issues in sideboarded games with blasts and you know, the good white removal spells. I do like that you cut the Terminus because I always found that Terminus without the setup is kind of not very good, honestly. Uh,
yeah. I think Terminus in general is a lot weaker now because
mhm.
Delver, for example, rarely plays two creatures on the board. Elves is I haven't played against elves in such a long time. And what else? Like death and taxes, you have like these 8 white removals, so you don't really need the Terminus. Yeah, I think just Terminus is bad. Yeah, and I talk to Anurag a lot actually. We have
Okay,
Discord channel together, so
okay.
we kind of throw ideas at each other a lot.
Yeah, I'm. I don't know if you know my personality. I don't really love these decks that much, but I do think there is some merit to them doing very well lately, and I think it's probably because you actually do have a good blue red matchup with how most of the blue red decks are constructed, because they have to like account for all of this like nonsense, you know, in post board games. Like they have to like be better versus death and taxes. They have to be better versus combo. And that leaves a lot of room for them to be exploited by Uro plus a lot of removal. I think is what happens a lot of the time.
Yeah, mainly. And like what I like about this list, first of all, you play 22 land, which is
Yep.
makes you less vulnerable to wasteland, and you have loam yourself and expressive iteration yourself. So they have a hard time, like, I guess,
Out.
proceeding their game plan and just
Well, I think if you didn't play iteration, if you were straight Bant, there's a chance you could get ground out by their iteration.
oh
Is
yeah, for sure.
it
That's the
and
only reason I'm playing iteration.
so
Basically, like just to combat their
right.
iteration.
So like to clarify, if they didn't have iteration, would you bother playing red in this deck?
Um, that's pretty close. I think iteration is really nice. Also now with the new
Mm-hmm.
Jeskai deck playing Narset and Hullbreacher, so this gets
Mm-hmm.
past both of them, which is nice.
That,
Um,
not to bring up old wounds, I think that's what you lost to. Uh,
yeah, yeah.
I mean
Both.
that person's deck was very inbred for the control mirrors. I feel like, right?
I think also like I don't know. We'll get to the top four match. I'm not sure the hand I kept,
Okay,
but
sure.
but like I think game one is really really rough because tons of my cards are pretty bad and they
Yeah,
have like a bunch of planeswalkers. But game two with like all
it's
these blasts,
it's kind of
it's
even in game two, but game one is certainly bad.
the thing is my blasts are way better than theirs because I don't have like these 3 mana
Planeswalker.
planeswalkers.
Yeah,
Like except Jace, I guess, and Ura is whatever. If they blast it, I don't care.
yeah.
Um,
It's funny because I played
yeah.
against that deck lately as blue red, but I had 4 spell pierce in my deck, and it felt like I could never lose to them. Like
Oh yeah.
it's just
Oh, did you play the JPA list?
yeah. We'll talk
Yeah.
about that later, but I think JP
Oh yeah.
actually did a lot of good work into somehow shoring up like small creature matchups and control slash combo decks simultaneously by just cutting
Yeah.
creatures to play more spells. It's kind of genius, actually.
I mean,
I'll,
he's a legacy genius. So.
he's very good. I've played him in multiple events.
Oh, okay.
Like Pro Tour Fate Reforged, I played him. It was modern. We were both playing Abzan. He had a Sigarda in his sideboard, and I lost to it because of like things impossible to kill. And
Yeah.
I played him in booster draft before Pro Tour 25 as well. That was like the weird, Pro Tour 25 was obviously the one that had legacy. But yeah, he's just I think
Yeah.
an overall solid Magic player, and people don't really give
Yeah.
him credit for that because he liked to meme about Sneak and Show.
But he crushes everyone with sneaker shows. So.
Well, yeah, but I think he also knows
Not
what hands to
anymore.
mulligan. But also, when he's not playing Sneak and Show, there's probably something like warped about the format, probably a little
Yeah.
bit warped.
If he's not playing sneaker show, then the deck is really bad. So.
That's probably true.
That's my rule. Like, if he's not doing it, nobody should.
So someone's asking about only one Jace seems loose. Do you want to talk about that real quick? I have some opinions too, but you go.
So
first.
the way, like the last cut basically was the 4th Urus, 3rd Jace. I used to play 3 or 2 Jace, but like the way I see it is your best card basically against Delver game 1 is Uro, and game 2 almost, but they have Surgical. Jace is fine. It's not great because first of all, I mean they can just kill it. It's much more vulnerable to Daze. But also against other matchups, for example, like the popular matchups now, I guess like Reanimator is really bad. Where Uro is still decent. It does something. It's the good thing about Uro, by the way, that's both blue and green cards. So it's a pitch card for endurance and force, which I like. Specifically against Reanimator. Another thing, I just think this is becoming more and more of an Uro deck, like less of a win the game with Jace deck, I guess.
It's funny you say that because Uro is literally banned in all of the other formats where it would be. Well, I guess like technically you can play in Vintage, but that's a different. But like that card is not.
The first time I played against Uro, my opponent, I think it was a pre-release. Like my opponent brought it back and then attack, and I was like, okay, draw your card, whatever. And then he attacked and did it again. I was like, wait, what? It also does it when it attacks.
And then you picked it up, read it, and you're like, what the hell was this card, right?
Yeah, and then I like ordered 4 of them. I was like,
oh no,
I gotta buy that.
That's the best way to learn. It's just like you play against it in draft, and you're like, wait, this card's hideously broken. Why would you not play it? I had similar experiences with cards like that. What's the card? Week 1 of Future Sight, I realized Tarmogoyf was extremely broke. Even though Tarmogoyf is not that good in Limited, actually, but it was like so hideous. We were testing Block Constructed. I just found quickly it was just like a 2-mana 4/5 every game, so I just bought 4 week 1 when it came out.
Oh, the Times for a Block Constructed.
Yeah,
the best one.
It depends on who you ask. There's some people who do not like that format whatsoever, but I think most of the people who won a lot with teachings like the format a lot.
Yeah, I won our PDQ here with it. So.
Yeah, exactly. You like Mystical Teachings, also a deck only full of good cards. So you really play one way. Uro, I agree. I would play 4 Uro, 1 Jace personally. The Jace is just kind of. I wouldn't be surprised if you sided out versus Blue Red. I don't know how you sideboard exactly. To be fair.
I mean, we're gonna get to it quickly because I think first 2 rounds of Blue Reds.
Okay, so is there anything else? I
guess we can go over the sideboard, but I can just talk about sideboarding during the sideboarding itself.
So. Well, no, let's just cover the cards real quick. Blasts, I think, pretty obvious. All 5 of them are pretty obvious.
There's one blue blast. Actually, I added that just before the tournament. Mainly, I was afraid of Blood Moon out of Delver because I saw they started playing that. So I was like, "Ooh, I guess I'll have another out to Blood Moon." Also, Blood Moon out of the Jeskai deck. So that's another one. Basically, I was just because obviously Blood Moon goes down. I'm 99% dead. There's 1% and I'm not dead, and I'm not gonna spoil it. But
I actually understand how you're. Wait, hold on. Can I figure it out?
You'll see it. Well, it's gonna be round 1, so it'll be kind of funny.
Dude, you don't have a basic. I'm struggling to figure it out.
I'll highlight it.
Oh yeah, never mind. Okay, okay, fine. That card cheats.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this, by the way, this card is the reason to be like banned and not Jeskai. Like
I
Carpet is just
agree.
such a busted card. It's like I don't know how they printed such a card. I think it's crazy.
Well, I mean, back then they print Urza's Saga block is notorious for having
Yeah,
lots of hideously
exactly.
broken cards. And that's probably like the 50th best card in that block. So like that set had
Probably
Toyran
one.
Academy,
Yeah.
so like I don't think you can really judge that block.
I know. There's
Yeah,
like Grim Monolith and stuff there.
sure. Yeah, sure.
For
Lots
sure,
of
yeah.
hideously broken. Yeah, I think Carpet is a reason to be banned. Static Caster's coverage versus small creature decks, of course, like Death and
Yeah.
Taxes, Elves. I guess even Goblins, but not many people play Goblins.
Yeah,
And then
basically.
I think the last few slots are sort of anti-combo-y in
Well,
my
these slots
purview.
are basically anti-reanimator.
Yeah.
Like Veil is probably I cut this card after the tournament.
Mhm.
I think I had another Blue Blast, whatever.
Okay.
My reasoning for Veil was I wanted another card against Reanimator, but it's actually not that good, and I should probably add the second Surgical.
Mhm.
I mean Veil is decent against Reanimator, but the thing about Reanimator is like the discard spell is not what mattered that
No.
much, and Surgical
Right.
is just the best card against them. So if you want a card against Reanimator, probably this, or even the fourth Endurance. That's
Mhm.
another option. Other than that, it's basically cards against the mirror, like and Hull Breacher is great in the mirror, Fluster.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people about this over the years. I kind of think Hull Breacher is way better in a lot of decks than people give it credit for, especially in Delver. I like having Hull Breacher in Delver versus combo
Yeah.
and control because it's super annoying. It's not face up. Like you kind of just sit there trying to figure out what's going on when they have 3 lands untapped. It could be Fawn, it could be Hull Breacher, and especially for combo decks, it's super nice that it's a flash threat because you don't have to tap down your counter magic. You get to spend the mana still.
Just as another thing, it's insane against elves.
Like yeah, I sided in versus elves. My opponent's like, what the hell do I do now? Because it's a 3/2. Like they can't even.
Yeah, blocks.
Yeah, it's a 3/2. It shuts down their glimpses and visionaries. I actually played with the double Hull Breacher sideboard with JPA, and I threw it into 2 elves in the prelim. I beat them both because I think Hull Breacher's just hideously broken in the matchup. Like,
oh yeah, Hull Breacher is one of the best cards against elves. Like Narset is nonsense; it doesn't do anything, but Hull Breacher is amazing.
Yep. So
it's like
yeah.
So that's basically it. I think and like Endurance is also insane against blue red, basically.
It kind of depends on what point I've played a lot of games versus Endurance. It depends on the deck that's playing it. If they give you enough time, it's kind of easy to rebuild, especially with DRC. But I guess if Endurance kills the DRC because it's forced to attack, then like things get kind of out of hand, you know?
Yeah, I think that what I like about Endurance is it gives you time. So the reason I like post sideboard giving myself time is so I can plate run and escape at the same turn, so you don't have a turn to surgical it. So this just gives me time more than them rebuilding and whatever. I mean, they can rebuild even in 1 or 2 turns easily, but that 1-2 turn is pretty big. So
someone's asking about the Death and Taxes matchup for this list.
It depends on the Death and Taxes player. I actually played versus a really good Death and Taxes player in this tournament, so we'll get to it. But it's not a great match, but it's not terrible because first of all, Life from the Loam is really, really good against them. If I get Wasteland Life from the Loam going, because they don't Wasteland me and they don't port me, and it's also an out against Caracas. Dress Down, also a great card. And Prismatic Ending just improved the matchup insanely. Like, I don't know, getting rid of Vile. But the thing is, against Death and Taxes now, the only way I feel like I can lose is a card draw.
Oh, I see.
That card is just a pain to play against, basically. So it really depends on the player.
Yeah, Dress Down's not very good versus Cauldron Complete, for those of you who are wondering. It doesn't actually kill the germs. And also, like, if the Cauldron Complete comes down after the Dress Down, it actually still has haste, which is very non-intuitive. It's like, Dress Down's a very weird magic card, I think is how I would put it. And that's why I don't print. Like, why does it have Flash? That, like, just really makes things, like, super confusing a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's one of the more confusing cards. Like,
well, Humility is generally confusing, and then when you give it Flash, and then like timestamps matter, and like it's just super weird. Anyways, let's get to some of the matches. I think we've covered, you know, And also, I expect a lot of these matches to go very, very long, honestly.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you did win the challenge the week after, so I look briefly
Yeah.
at the results, but if there are uninteresting games, we can just skip those if you remember. But
The first round is pretty good.
yeah.
Um,
Okay, so this is
uh,
a known Canadian player. They're pretty good.
yeah. So Anzi actually, Anorak told me about this that he's a known player. I have no clue who he is. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, I won the die roll. I guess let me figure out which.
Yeah, you have to be careful. The replay function is kind of broken.
Uh,
It's not. It used to.
I think the
It
middle
used,
one is the best, right?
yeah, the middle one's but it used to work a lot better.
Yeah, I think
I think
I
they
just
slightly
put
broke
it
it
up.
over the years, but whatever. So yeah, just click it
Let's
a few
see.
times.
Okay, so this is opening hand. I think this is pretty easy keep
Yep,
against.
agree with you.
And the way like I like getting my lands is basically Tundra into Taiga. So
Yep.
you can cast basically all your spells and still iteration.
Just thinking like a Gifts Rock player, huh? Which lands you need? I'm memeing
Yeah.
a little bit, but it was a 4-color deck with stringent mana requirements, you know.
It was okay. He had Living Wish, so he
Oh
fixed that.
yeah, Living Wish for Golgari Rot Farm.
Exactly. And when Sakura tried Elder with damage on the stack.
Oh yeah,
Good time.
that card improved the deck a lot. So yeah.
All right, Ponder. Let me. Yeah, so this basically now here like it's kind of difficult because if he's Delver, this is great because I can go ending. But if he's any other deck, basically, this is pretty bad.
I
Because I'm
hesitate to say that because like, what if you just stack Ending, Brainstorm, Iteration on bottom? If they're a different deck, you can just Brainstorm,
yeah,
fetch, and do stuff.
exactly.
Like, I
I guess
don't. Well, sorry. I
no,
think
I guess like what I'm looking for is also a Force of Will in case you're like I don't know like a Reanimator deck or whatever.
yeah,
But I think it's fine. Like it's pretty. There's no way I'm shuffling this. I think.
exactly. Yeah, and
And yeah, just stack it like ending brainstorm it.
yeah, I guess you put the Brainstorm on top because if they're like a Thoughtseize creature deck, maybe the ending is better in your hand or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this is basically
Okay, sure.
kind of obvious.
So I guess the real question is there ever a consideration to wasting them because they're on 6 cards and then playing the ending? And I actually have an answer for that, and I will let you say your piece first. But
so the way I see it, um, I think I do wasteland, but I think it's super greedy in a way, and I'm not really sure that's a good thing to do because there's actually no reason to get greedy because basically my whole hand plus my top card are card advantage cards.
yep.
And the most important thing just mana, and so I think I did wasteland, and that's probably super big mistake here.
So I actually agree with everything you said. I was wondering if you would do it because there's such a huge temptation to just end the game on the spot. But I believe it's actually very, very wrong to waste here,
Yeah.
unless if you had the loam in your hand. If you had the loam in your hand, I think it's like you could justify it more. But I think your mana is more useful than their mana, generally speaking. Like just
Yeah.
the way I like to explain to people is just imagine a 15-turn game where both of you play your normal game plans. Whoever gets to spend more mana is probably going to win. And if you're going to waste them, you should waste first because of this daze thing.
But actually, I'm totally fine with this date thing.
Yeah, I agree. And they're doing it because I think it's their only land. And
yeah, so this actually shows weakness from them.
I agree.
Super weakness. So
well,
I think it's actually fine to let them daze it. So we actually get the 2-for-1 here. I mean, they could force it, but that's fine.
Well, I think if you know your opponent and if you analyze the game, they played Steam Vents on tap. What does that mean? Because if you have almost any other land, generally, you're going to play that land first before Steam Vents. And them dazing it also indicates that they want to save it from Wasteland. So I also think you can probably write off Forcible because if they have Force, they would just force pitch Daze probably and rely on the Ragavan to pitch mana. So
yeah, so I think like I'm actually fine not wastelanding first.
right.
I was actually fine them dazing here because this gets rid of daze, which is great.
Mhm.
So I don't mind taking 2 for 1 here, even though, yeah, it saved their land. And they could easily go Wasteland my Tundra and then
Whoa,
continue playing.
they had the Force too?
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
they
they
pitched
did.
another Daze. That's hmm.
Which was kind of weird. I don't know why they
Well,
would daze
no,
them even.
hmm. I
I guess
kind of think,
they wanted to keep the steam vents.
yeah, I guess so. That probably means they prioritize basically saving their land for one turn, even though it costs them a lot of cards to do it. Is how I would put it, right?
I think they're just prioritizing this monkey
Yeah,
like
exactly.
insanely, which with my hands actually fine.
Yeah,
But
I think you'll eventually find a removal spell. It's not a big deal.
yeah, so the hit iteration, they do get 1 card out of it.
Oh, I was wondering, was there a way to stack it better so this didn't happen? Oh, actually, the iteration is not even that good for them because
Yeah,
like they
they only
can't.
hit
Yeah, they can only.
only 1 card.
Well, if they have Mishra's Bauble, they can get two
Yeah,
cards.
exactly.
But
Well, I was
it.
gonna say if they hit, they usually play like 1 or 2. So if they hit a Mishra's Bauble, it's whatever.
Mhm.
But they don't even cast it. So oh shit, no, stop. Okay.
Yeah, it's really yeah. I actually agree with them not casting it. Um, because I think this is just a much more stable plan. Now they didn't shuffle with Ponder. That probably means they found a land for what it's worth.
Yeah,
So I don't
but
think.
I still think I would wasteland them here because the thing is here what I'm thinking about doing. So I thought about brainstorming, try to find a monkey removal. I could go land end of turn dress down, or even on their turn dress down. So I have fawn. I think basically going land, even crack the fetch doesn't make sense too much. So probably just land, tap the wasteland and Tundra for dress down on end of my turn.
Mhm.
So these are just whatever. Because the opponent has 2 cards, probably has a land on top.
Mhm.
So what are the 2 cards? Probably a Murktide. That's my idea. And
Mhm.
like the worst 2 cards he could have are like Murktide Iteration. Those are the best 2 cards for him, I think, that
Mhm.
he could have.
Mhm.
So this also like end of turn dress down delays Murktide for a turn, and basically gives me time against these cards.
Mhm. And they've
Can't
already
remember.
used 2 dazes. Like Dress Down's a little bit weak to daze, but I don't think you really have to
Yeah,
worry about daze too much.
can't remember what I do here.
Well,
I think
also if you play the land, obviously, then daze doesn't do anything. So
get Trop. Oh, I think I want to dress down and then wasteland them.
okay, that makes sense. Because then that you deny the treasures, you find time for removal spell. It's kind
Yeah,
of funny. I think you are a little bit soft to wasteland in this spot because of how your cards and mana line up.
yeah. This one was a really bad draw. So they force pitch another days, which were the last 2 cards. Which was I guess fine in a way. I'm
Yeah,
not really
so that was the one
sure.
issue with playing it here instead of in their upkeep. Because if you played it in
Yeah,
their upkeep, you could have fawned back. I was thinking about that. I think you probably were supposed to play it upkeep.
yeah, for sure, because I drew the fawn.
Yep.
I think basically, yeah, I've probably meant to just use my fawns. So they kept Ponder, by the way, and like put this in the graveyard, which is kind of weird. So they didn't
Well,
have a land.
it's not that weird because I think they just anticipated having to force something this turn, and that's the best card to
Yeah,
describe
I guess
away. I think they
you're good
pondered
with it.
into DRC. DRC something X is my suspicion, right?
Yeah.
Like
So we continue playing. They hit a Flooded Strand, which is kind of annoying. I like the land, but they don't have a land.
okay.
So I don't know what they pondered by now. My guess is like they probably have like a brainstorm maybe or another.
Yeah.
They could just have like Murktide, for example.
And
Here
then
I'm pretty much brainstorming.
yeah. Just brainstorm off drop, I
Drop,
think.
yeah.
Because any white removal spell is good.
So I'll find Loam, um, which not great. I think I put back Sylvan. Like I would put back
Sylvan
probably
Sanctuary,
same.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
The thing is, this font is really bad too, so I'm not fan of it either.
Well, you just have a lot of bad cards in your hand. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
So, like you,
yeah, I didn't draw well, I did draw a bit of the good card, but not enough. So I
so
think I put back
yeah.
Sanctuary, either Fawn or Library. Like I don't mind putting back Sanctuary, Fawn, and then going Rainforest, get a tie, get Library. Because even if you don't pay with
Mm-hmm,
Library, which I would never pay in this game probably,
mm-hmm.
it still digs 2 cards deeper for like the Uro or the Swords of Plowshares.
Yeah, the other thing you could do, and I was thinking about this, is cast Life from the Loam, targeting waste, fetch. I'm not sure which is better.
Hmm, it's close. The thing is, like, yeah, Loam also dredges, so it can dig to Uro.
Right.
But I don't think I'll have the time enough to escape Uro and then get it back. So my goal basically this game for now is just to kill this monkey because I'm not gonna
Right.
die to this DRC, no
Yep.
way. So if I kill the monkey, I feel like this game's pretty much over.
Agreed.
Yeah, put the fawn back, I think. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, I think I
Wait.
know what I did. I put the fawn so he hits fawn with the monkey. So this
Oh,
way I
yeah.
delay
Okay,
one
sure.
attack with a monkey. So it's like,
Sure.
yeah,
Yeah, so you get some like not very good card instead of like a random card
yeah,
from the deck. Yeah, this actually does make sense. I mean,
yeah,
the only issue is you don't get to like use all of your mana this turn. But
yeah. And this game, I think he plays iteration, which is kind of funny. I would actually love to fawn that.
yeah, yeah,
It's fine.
whatever. Like you can't. It's so hard to predict everything. Like
Yeah, but I do brainstorm because if I hit the second fauna, I will trade fawn for that. Just hit more nonsense, I think.
so.
Uh,
One thing you should think about, I think, is you have the ability to rebuy the ending next turn. I think if you fetch, you have a Volk in your deck, right?
yeah,
So if you fetch Volk, untap, fetch Sanctuary, put ending on top, ponder ending the Ragavan. That's basically what you need, right?
yeah. I think that was what I was thinking. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
sure I did that, but yeah, I think you can even iteration into the ending. You don't have to do
Oh,
anything.
sure. Oh, yeah. Actually, Sanctuary's kind of like. I mean, I like to meme about Honorok's mana bases. They're kind of irresponsible, but Sanctuary is a really powerful card if you're not getting messed with, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So opponent just draw.
Yeah, it's like kind of buggy. You might have to
Find the
restart
wall.
MTGO at some point to fix like issues as well. You know how it is.
Yeah. So okay, he plays ponder. Are we on the same page yet, or okay?
He's just taking a while on the ponder, right?
Yeah. Okay. So you again choose not to shuffle.
And also didn't surveil. So that's like kind of a sign of strength, I think.
Yeah. So he has 2 cards in hand. I don't know any of them. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Upkeep. Just want to shuffle away the cards.
Yeah, I think you just need to find as many removal spells as possible this game now. Like that's really the
Yeah.
name of the
Or
game.
even an Uro would be fine because it gains life and
Sure. Oh,
exactly.
I see. So you can actually fetch Sanctuary Uro
Uro.
into pending. That's Softed Daze, but they've already used 3 dazes, right? Like
Exactly.
I would
So
just I would just do it personally, but
exactly. So I think that's what I did, and I was like, okay, 4th days, whatever. Because this also puts her in the graveyard, which is nice, gains me life.
mhm.
It does mean I need to fetch a sanctuary, so I can't. It'll be hard to get back a row. And if they wasteland my trop, I don't have a green source.
Well,
But between ponder and iteration, I
I
could find it.
exactly. I think that's fine. Like, sure, if they waste you, it's annoying, but you'll be at 11. The Ragavan won't be breathing down your neck. Hopefully, no.
Yeah. So yeah, basically Uro ending, and spoiler, they have the 4th day.
Shit, that's like pretty not great, but whatever. I,
I think
I,
this was basically the turn that like they can win the game.
Sure, but you're still at a high enough life total, and they don't actually have Delirium for their DRC, so like you
Yeah.
still have time. Of course, if they pawn, well, I guess they didn't hit it they didn't Delirious pre-combat. So, oh, I mean, you would love to draw that, but honestly, them drawing it is kind
Yeah,
of
it's
okay
whatever.
for you. Yeah, like that's
Yeah. So they do have the Wasteland, so their hand is Vault plus another card.
yep.
Um,
Okay, we're gonna need a little bit of help, deck.
yeah. Did I get stuck? Okay, no. So basically, I want to draw any white removal or a green source, because
Mhm.
if I draw a green source, I can ponder into a white removal. Draw Force of Will, which is
Mm.
probably one of the worser draws, I think.
Yep.
Now here I can iteration or ponder. I think it's kind of close, because if I iteration into green source, I can loam. If I ponder, I can still, I don't know. I think, not really sure what I did here.
So my suspicion is you should just cast the iteration, and let me explain why. I think the fact of the matter is you really need two cards this turn. Ponder can only get one of them, and the cards you need are like ending slash white removal spell plus a land drop.
Yeah,
So I think it's just like I think it's just correct to play the iteration personally.
yeah, yeah, I think I do. Also, I prefer pitching ponder to
Sure,
force.
yeah, that okay. Well, so
So this is a brick.
well,
Actually, it's not that
it's
big of
actually not that
brick.
bad. You should just
Yeah,
put Ponder in hand, bottom the Uro, and exile
yeah,
Plow, and just cast Plow, obviously.
yeah, exactly. So plow the monkey. Monkey finally dead.
It hit you a bunch of
Goodness.
times, and it kind of feels like it wasn't really that game breaking for you, you know?
So they bolt me. They're still trying to find Surveil. They do find Surveil here with Murktide. So now I'm kind of thinking about just forcing this to give me, because it does give me another turn.
I think you're supposed to force it. I like obviously this
Yeah,
is not what you want to be doing in the matchup, but you are two green sources off
yeah,
from escaping the Uro.
yeah. So I do force it because it gives me another turn, which is
Yeah,
exactly what
exactly.
I need. Although I can't fetch, which is kind of an awkward situation.
Yeah, I agree.
But I do draw swords, which
Oh, that's a really good draw.
and the Taiga, which is
Well,
also
actually,
great.
that's a green source that doesn't hurt you as well.
Exactly, yeah.
So I would put Sylvan on the. Yeah, this is definitely correct. And you can even cast Plow first. Oh no, they've
Actually,
used
they
all
should have plowed
dazes.
for.
No, they've used
Yeah,
all
that's true.
dazes, so it doesn't
Yeah,
matter, right? Like,
yeah, yeah. They use
oh,
all four
actually, the
days.
reason to do it first is literally Spell Pierce, I think.
True.
So
Yeah.
you should have plowed first. Yeah,
Yeah, just to play around spell pierce.
yeah.
I do it, but if I think it's better to do it on their turn, because I think monkey's a bit. It's kind of close if you want to hit monkey or the DRC.
Oh, sure, I
Um,
see.
but now I'm really worried about a Murktide
I mean,
because
sure, like,
I've already used 3 swords because they exiled 1 sword,
yep.
which they
Okay,
did
well,
not have this
that's
turn.
so. I guess the question is, should you be going after their lands?
Well, they
Oh,
wastelanded me now, so
so the answer is yes. Like
I
I would
think
just like
so.
I would insta waste them personally.
Probably, yeah. I think I wasteland so they don't Murktide me because
Yeah,
that's the only card I'm
exactly.
worried
Yeah,
about.
that's the card that beats you now. Like
Yeah.
okay, well obviously it's hard to waste that one, but
See, they do draw monkey. I do dredge loam, and I think I pretty much have to because I know I have a Sylvan Library on top, which doesn't do
sure.
anything,
Yeah.
and
Well,
this way I can get Taiga and Trop and Wasteland back. Just hope they don't have Murktide
yep.
or second bowl. I'm basically like hoping they have, I don't know, like a bunch of lands in hand.
This game was surprisingly close for them like not having any lands. Like
Yeah. So
it's
they
kind
brainstorm.
oh.
And yeah, no. They just draw Murktide. And I think I have, yeah, 1 plow or also dress down can do it because I can Uro, play land, and dress down so I can block,
Mhm.
which gives me just another turn. Draw force, which is nonsense. Uh, low Uro.
So dress down or plow isn't out by making this play. I think if you do the other play, you're
Yeah.
actually just dead on board. So
Which other play?
if you play endurance, you're at 2, right? So that doesn't do
Oh,
anything.
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
dead on
okay.
board, so I can. So yeah,
Sure.
that's basically it, I think. Yeah. So I think that game was kind of close.
Yeah.
Basically the whole turn of the game was their fourth days that turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they don't have the fourth day, they probably lose.
Sure.
But I think yeah, it was. I'm not really sure what else could have been done. Kind of close. How do I?
Yeah, just hit. Yeah. Well, you can just click the X in the top right.
Yeah.
But
So let's go game 2. You had to draw a dredge turn before instead of trying endurance. Well, I think endurance is actually really good. If I could have endurance before they played Murktide, so that was pretty good. I can so sideboard. I basically cut just all the forces.
Yep.
I think the card is really bad. Sylvan Library also pretty bad. I don't mind keeping in one dress down because it stops like Murktide being big, like a monkey hit. It's just decent. It's not a bad card also. But I don't want both of them. And basically sideboard and carpets, blast. I think like all 5 blasts, 2 carpets, and the Flusterstone.
you're basically a Jund deck versus them, I think.
Yeah, just kill everything.
Yeah. You're just a Jund deck with Uro as your top end instead of like Bloodbraid Elf or whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. And then like you protect your spells. So what do you think about this hand? On the play.
I know, but it's just like I would probably not keep.
If you don't have force, I win. That's my idea.
Sure, but I mean, like, how many forces?
That's how much I value this card.
Sure. All right, so you're keeping.
I think I kept it, but it's super like insanely risky plus close.
I mean, I probably wouldn't, but it's like definitely close. But I mean, okay, so here's the thing. I think the probability of them having Force, Bootguard plus Wasteland all in the first turn cycle is not that high. So if you want to keep it, I can understand why.
I mean, this is definitely high risk, high reward kind of keeps
Magic. Right,
it's like,
right.
It doesn't get more high risk, high reward than this, I think. So
yeah. So I mean, let's just see what you do. I mean, I'm not gonna. Well, I think we've covered basically what happens with this hand, like the upside and the downside.
Yeah. So he molds. Yeah. And yeah, just pray and pass it. And here I'm like, yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah. Well, now
I basically think I'm half winning the game by now. That's how
I agree.
This card is.
I mean, it is basically like you know how Sol Ring's banned in Legacy? I mean, like, it's just like, well, this is probably better than Sol Ring a lot of
And they also lead with this, not Monkey, which is even better. Even though like my hand is all stacked against Monkey.
I mean, your hand is going to kill a lot of things for the rest of the game. Like that's what your hand does. One thing to note, just for the people in the chat, I know you know this. You just have to be careful about what removal spells you use on what creatures, because Blue Elemental Blast does not kill Murktide, so you want to use Plow, or you want to use Blue Elemental Blast to kill DRC if you're going to use anything. Kill it.
Yeah, pretty much, exactly. Like ending DRC, Blast, DRC Monkey, and Plow for. I think I just brainstorm here because obviously you want to find a land.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's just 3 looks at a land, and if you find a land, you're... Well, that's not really the best land to find, but the thing is, since they're blue-red, they can't really remove your carpet outside them Ragavan hitting your pending, but you know you're going to put a card back that's not pending, so it's like, whatever. Yeah.
And also it's a red land, so I can still iteration with carpet.
Yep.
But I don't want to iteration next turn because I know one of my cards. I think I plow this. I don't know why. That was pretty bad.
Well, you don't have any blue mana, right? Like, and since you have another, you have a second plow, so this actually does make sense.
Yeah, but there's no. I guess I didn't want them to start surveilling.
Yeah, I think since they're on 6 cards, their card quality is a little bit worse. I think it actually makes sense to kill it personally. Yeah. Plus, you have Snapcaster Plow as well. Like, I don't know. I don't think you're gonna actually run out of removal.
Yeah, I think here I just slam endurance.
Sure, if they daze it, you don't really care that much.
I mean, the daze is pretty good against carpet, but I think that's fine. But they don't, and
Oh, now you can
Here,
get your beatdowns on. Who's the beatdown now?
yeah, my elephants, as Anurag called them.
What?
I don't know. He called like this
Th-
card an elephant
that's a
or whatever.
deer. Did he actually look at the art? It's actually a deer in the background.
Really?
Yeah. Why does that look
Oh,
like?
it is right.
Yeah. Haven't has he actually looked at the card?
You should ask him. I don't know. So yeah, opponent pondered. Choose do not shuffle. That's
Yeah.
fine.
See, it's an elk because if you Oko it, it just gets worse. It's like a better elk.
So here, this is pretty. Then playing Wasteland also not wasting any of my car like lanes. Is, I don't know what that means basically.
I think it means
think
Court
they
of Cunning
should.
or something else. Like
Yeah.
or they I think actually what they're thinking is, well, you already have carpet, wasting you means that you're already way ahead in the mana advantage war that
Yeah.
so they kind of think
So
it's
here I'm
strong
just
to do it.
gonna iteration. I think they blast. Oh, they don't blast it, which I hit pretty much the nuts.
Oh,
Like-
that's really good. Like and like actually this makes them wasting you look better, I think, because with you having two carpets, like them wasting you is basically them trading one mana for your one mana, and I think that's a bad exchange for them.
Yeah. I think like yeah, just take Tundra and carpet, play Tundra.
Yep.
I
think it's pretty straightforward.
And then like Tundra and I can carpet plus. I think yeah, just I don't attack because there's really no reason to for now. This turn.
And
Don't want to let them get a monkey hit.
I actually like you not playing your endurance because I think what can happen is Daze is
Yeah, so now we dance a little bit. They play the card. Also, important thing about this card is it shuts down carpet, right? Because you become mountains. So the opponent plays it. I do have the blue blast. I'm like, all right, I do have the one solution that I can do. But yeah, they're gonna exactly pyro, and now we're like.
So the thing is, like, wait, what's supposed? So I guess do they die in 7 turns to this before they find enough red creatures?
I know, but I do it. I think I don't remember if I attack or not. No, I'm like, okay, I don't want to lose to monkey just yet.
Well, but what's your plan? Like, shouldn't you just start attacking? Like, how do you cast?
They don't have blue mana, right? They can't cast blue cards. So the only card they can cast are DRC, Monkey, and Blast, right? So DRC doesn't do anything against Endurance. So I really want them to get an island. That's my plan.
Oh,
so they definitely have an island. If they play Blood Moon,
I see.
For sure.
I see. So what you're going to do is just sit here for a while and hope they draw their one island, and then you can cast all the spells in your hand.
Exactly. And then I'm like, okay.
Dude, it just sounds so ridiculous looking at this board state. Like,
yeah, now this game is like a sub game, basically.
Yeah.
We're just
also, I actually one thing, and I look at the clocks. I think it might actually favor you to do this as well because you're ahead so much on time.
6 minutes ahead, and like this is a PTQ, so I'm gonna win whatever. And they
play
the island.
That was already there.
And they played the island, and now I'm like, I remember texting Anurag. I'm like, oh shit, I got Blood Moon, and they're like, oh, I have 2 cards, and the opponent played an island. I'm back in the game. This game was wild.
Yeah, this is not your.
This game was just wild, and they submerged. They cited and submerged. I think this is also bad sideboard. Like
it depends.
Submerged for Blood Moon is kind of weird.
I've gone back and forth on it. The reason to have submerge is so you don't get ambushed by an endurance and then they have to redraw it. I don't know. It's like
with Blood Moon, that's pretty bad. They had to pay 5 mana for this. That's the thing. I don't mind the card, but like with Blood Moon, that's pretty bad. You have to pay 5 mana for that. They don't attack, which I think is just a misclick or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's a misclick as well. All right, so now we can slowly just whoa! You have all of
because he submerged one, right? So
yeah, you have all the endurance.
I think I just started like
casting 3/4 3/4 reach.
Yeah, how did they win?
I don't know. Probably they don't, and you probably should
Yeah,
you just get their graveyard just in case. I don't know.
yeah. They kind of locked themselves out with this.
Yeah, I don't
You
think
see,
this
they
is.
played monkey. Who cares?
I mean, yeah. I mean, these 3/4s are going to dominate the game, and they can never cast a Murktide with the current mana
Yeah,
restrictions.
exactly. This is one of the craziest game I've played, by the way, this tournament. I was sure I'm gonna 0-1 drop after this, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like Blood Moon in the sideboard of that deck for this reason. Like, it doesn't really work very well.
well, I mean, it can win. Like this is such a random game of it, but I think it wins a lot of the games it comes down. But I think he should not have played it the turn he played it, because I mean, I already have two
Hmm.
carpets and he didn't have a board at all. I did have a board,
Yeah,
so the
exactly.
way the game goes is like, okay, you can't play anything. I can play. I'm just waiting here for until you play an island, and then like my hand is turned on.
Yeah, I agree.
So I don't mind
Yeah.
him having the card. I just think it's not good. Here I think, oh yeah, iteration still have the mountain, important.
You have 4 mountains out.
Yeah, hit the prismatic ending. So just kill the monkey because it's
Yeah.
the only relevant card. I don't think I attacked this turn. Yeah, again, just monkey. That's the only card that matters right now.
I think just covering yourself versus Monkey at all points so they never get a second boost source is super important.
Yeah, and this is also a sideboard card that good to
Mhm.
know, but I mean it's kind of obvious
I
at
mean,
this
it's
point.
obvious because like they're worried about Uro and like
Yeah,
there are actually games I think if they surgical plow, it's you can die like
yeah,
because
for
of
sure.
Murktide.
He does have another monkey, so that's pretty obvious. But now it's just like, yeah, whatever.
Whatever. You're
Just
just gonna here. You're gonna spend the next 2 turns playing 3/4s, and then they're at 19. You can attack with 2 of them every turn,
yeah.
and then you can like snap plow or snap iteration or something. I don't know. Like it doesn't seem very complicated to actually win the game from here, from my perspective.
Yeah, I just slam all these. Yeah, he just scooped
Yeah,
here. So
no. Because I think this is smart for him to scoop because he realizes what's going to happen is he's going to run down time trying to win this game where it's
yeah.
basically like 0%.
But this game was like, I remember expecting Anurag. I'm like, oh shit, I got Blood Moon. But then like, oh, the turn after, oh, he played an island.
Yeah, it's
It was
really good.
it was one of the
All right.
craziest game I
Yeah.
played, really.
Yeah, I mean
And
that's a nice one. Because like if you just look at the decks and don't think about carpet and someone said the Blue Red Delver played Blood Moon versus you, you would just auto assume that you lose. Right? Like
yeah,
because except then when you put all of the context together and realize that there must be an island in the deck, and you're like, wait, you're actually slightly favored here, if not completely favored. It's really funny.
yeah, I think like I don't know its hand obviously, and obviously, like you and Anurag said that this guy's good, so I don't know its hand, but I think playing that Blood Moon there was kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
it like here's the thing: it's possible for someone to be good and just slightly misstep.
of
Like
course, yeah.
that's probably what happened. Like, especially how the game ended up playing out. I think if he could take that back, he probably would.
Yeah, because I think like he
Mhm.
kind of locked himself out. But
Yeah,
to be honest, I can understand him playing it because how does he win the game when I have carpet and bunch of mana?
exactly.
So
Yep.
so I think this way he played like, okay, I'm gonna play it. We'll fight about it. I have a Pyroblast also.
Mhm.
So I can still play some spells, but he's kind of locked out. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. Yeah, this is almost the same hand, but not.
Well, no, that's the wrong. And also, you're on the draw, so like
Yeah,
you're
so
exposed to
days.
days.
Yeah.
So even if that were a green source, one lander, same hand, I think yeah, actually on the draw it's a mulligan.
Yeah, probably mullet. But would you keep it with Savannah? Because like it turns on three
No,
cards.
because it's the days thing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of sus.
If it's Trop, I think there's more of a defense for it, right?
Really?
Yeah. The reason I
I
think
mean,
Trop is better is because then they would have to have days plus waste immediately for your thing. Otherwise, you can just cantrip into land and proceed about your
yeah.
day.
Anyway, yeah, it's obviously a mulligan.
Yep.
He keeps 7, so I'm like worried, obviously.
Well, yeah, but
But this hand's just
this hand's excellent.
bon-
I
bonkers.
think okay. Well, we'll break it down. What do you bottom first? Probably
Pretty sure
waste.
Wasteland.
Yeah, I agree. And the second
Like,
thing is, I do not think you should play the carpet on 1.
oh no, I think I don't remember how the game went or what he did, but let's say he goes Deathrite Shaman or Deathrite Dragon Ray Chandler DRC.
Yeah.
So I can even go like Tarn Go, and then turn 2, like get a Tiger Draw, play Tundra, and then Carpet with
Yeah,
Fluster back up,
exactly.
and then I can like Swords plus Fluster or something like that.
Yep,
Um,
I agree.
I think that's what should be done with his hand. I don't remember.
I
But yeah,
agree.
Wasteland is obviously
I think a
fodder.
lot of people would just slam the carpet on 1. I think that's just like,
But this is like crazy to me. Like
well,
Cat 7, just
well,
like
no,
I
I
don't
think
know.
they're afraid of Wasteland, right? So if you're afraid
Yeah,
of Wasteland yourself, it is actually correct to lead on the island.
no, for sure. But the way I see this matchup always is they have to be aggressive. They cannot win like
Yeah,
grinding ponders and stuff.
sure.
So them keeping 7 with like island ponder,
Mhm.
I know it's kind of weird.
Mhm.
Also, by the way, this kind of shows like next turn they cannot, for example, Wasteland plus play a creature. So that's pretty good too.
Right.
I don't remember what I do. I think I just ponder. The thing is, like, even if they Wasteland, this ponder should find me another land, and they cannot go ponder plus Chandler or Monkey. So
Okay, so let's talk
kind
about
of
this
sets
real
him
quick.
back.
You actually have Force back in your deck. So what changed?
Oh, Blood Moon.
Yeah. So how many do you have in your deck? Like 2?
Good question. I think yeah, just 2.
Yeah,
Decided out the dress down
and
and a
a
Wasteland.
Wasteland.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Once you see Blood Moon,
yeah,
I think this actually makes a lot of sense.
yeah. Because basically, it's like a must counter card. That game was
Yeah.
so random. Like
Yes,
it will not happen again.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I just wanted
That
to
game
bring
was
that
like
up.
a once in a lifetime you beat a Blood Moon game. Kind of like, did you see Anurag's win
Yeah,
against Magus of the Moon?
I did. Yeah.
So the
Same sort of
same thing.
thing. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I keep the reason I think I draw the Tundra is just to play around Monkey. So if if he hits me with Monkey, he takes the Force of Will. So that's fine.
Well, the other reason is you want to draw that land. What if they just like randomly surgical your ponders, right? And you leave the Tundra on top?
Yeah, but that's like, why would they do that?
Dude, I mean, like, yeah, we think this person's good. People do such random shit all the time. It's like kind of crazy.
But they just go Chandler Go. So I kind of feel strong here.
I agree. I would definitely fetch Taiga.
Yeah, just fetch. I fetched Trop. Not really sure why I did that. That's probably a mistake.
I think that's a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, and here I just get a white mana. I think. Yeah,
Use
just
pending.
ending.
Yeah, they can't daze, which is super nice because you have
2 mana.
lots. Yeah, I mean yeah.
I also have like 2 mana from this.
Yeah, dude, Soul Ring. It's banned for a reason.
So here they Blood Moon. And here I'm just like, don't have a force, please. But they also have the island, so even if they force it, I'm still not locked out.
I think this game you're not as strong, so you actually do have to force it. So
no, I have to force it. That's a no-brainer. That's the reason I brought this in.
Yeah, agreed.
Like the only reason.
Yeah, I really like that you adjusted the game plan once you saw they had like some stupid cheesy plan that you know like you could lose to. Because I think
if this resolved here, I'd probably lose.
Yeah, I agree because you only have one. You have to find another carpet before you did anything.
Yeah, and they actually like and I don't have the board presence. Last game I had 2 carpets and endurance. This game I own.
Yeah,
like this game I had nothing.
Yeah,
and my hand was really bad too.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay.
So now this is a game. I'm like 99% sure they have a surgical in hand. So that's how I feel like it.
So the way, for those of you who are wondering, the way you have to play around surgical is you have to have enough cards in graveyard, and you have to have a total of 7. Niv only has a total of 6. But also, if you do it exactly 7, you're still soft to daze. And yeah, they waste you, which is...
That's super smart, I think, from them. Because I think we're both playing the same game. They kind of feel like I have an Uro. Yeah. So here, I just want to buy time, basically.
Sure.
And
like you know they have a force, so like
yeah, they revealed force.
If you let them draw it and they just go Ragavan, like you're kind of in the same issue, even though like obviously Ragavan is something you'd rather plow.
Yeah, here Terminus would have been great.
Yeah, but that card's like hard to use. Like that's the issue with the card.
Yeah, I'm kidding. So just continue. Draw a red blast, which is not great. I could have red blasted Delver here. I don't think I'd do it.
I think I would wait for a Murktide.
Yeah. Exactly. Delver is kind of whatever. I could also just do it under upkeep in case it flips if I really wanted to.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather get the value of watching what they draw, kinda. So it doesn't flip. So my guess is they drew a land, which is probably the steam
Yeah, probably steam vents if you're tracking it. So you know their hands force XY. Like those are unknowns.
I draw the worst possible land, but what I could do here is fetch.
Fetch Volk. Yeah. Oh
Volk.
no, that's
The thing is, I don't really want to draw any of these except like maybe a removal spell, like for the Chandler. But also the thing is, he locked on my Uro right now, right? Because I have 7 mana.
Yeah. So the question is, do you want to play around Daze plus Surgical? So you know they have Force and 2 unknowns. So if it's Force plus Surgical, that's pretty bad for you, obviously.
Well, if it's Force blue card Surgical, it's not the worst because I mean, sure, they take my Uros, but like they don't have a hand anymore, so it's fine. But the question is, do I even want to draw any of these? I think getting the value out of Sanctuary, because it's probably one of the worst draws in the deck by now. I think it's fine. I'm not really sure what I did. So, I think I should have just fetched Volk. What I would do now is probably fetch Volk, Sanctuary, go. And then take the hit, ending probably the Chandler, or even the Delver flips. So I don't know.
Well, one thing I'm thinking about is if you draw a land off of your Uro trigger, you can actually play around Daze. So that's like kind of interesting to think about. And if you're going to do that, you should just fetch Volk, play Sanctuary, put nothing on top to play towards that, and just add a bunch of green with your carpet, essentially.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's correct. I think that might be bad, actually. I think probably getting the removal spell is better.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. I'm not really sure what I did here. I did go for the Euro plan. So get the Volk.
I think that means you shouldn't put anything on top, personally.
Probably. Yeah, I chose not to.
Okay, so this is coherent. I'm not sure if it's correct or not. It's kind of complicated to figure out.
So they Pyroblast it. So they have Force unknown card. So now I'm like, okay, sure.
Sure, then we'll just cast it. Like now I think you have to, obviously, because you're already soft surgical. If you just pass, you just get surgical.
Oh yeah, now I have to cast it. Like, for sure. I think I leave the Trop Sword, because I have Snapcaster in low.
Okay, so they're hoping to draw surgical, I think.
So they force pitch Murktide, so they're out of cards. They don't have surgical, which is kind of annoying now because I don't have enough cards in the graveyard. And they did get
yeah, I mean, you're still at 15. You have time.
Yeah.
Obviously, now it's slightly worse that you didn't put a removal spell back on top, but... Or actually, it's not even that bad because you want to get the Uro escaped ASAP, right?
Yeah. Karaka's kind of interesting draw, just helps against Monkey.
Yeah.
But doesn't put a card in the graveyard, so we just continue playing for a bit.
I mean, your best draws are just cantrips, I think, by this point, obviously.
Like, yeah, Ponder, Brainstorm, just to fill my graveyard, that's it. Now I'm starting to get really, really worried. I'm like, okay, just going to lose.
I mean...
But they don't flip Delver,
which is a good sign for you, because it means they're drawing creatures or lands, which are not as threatening.
Yeah. And the reason I did this,
I
kind of felt like against Lightning Bolt, basically.
Well, yeah, no, I think being at an increment that's not a multiple of 3 is super important. I think that's like 100% correct. And you know that they don't have a Murktide. They would have just jammed it. All right.
They draw Brainstorm, which is probably one of the better draws.
I mean, any cantrip is good. Like, you just need to do stuff.
And here, I think I did probably the dumbest mistake of the whole
okay. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Alternatively, what you can do is just respond to the trigger and cast Brainstorm.
Yeah,
Or
for
you can
sure.
just add the mana second main. Like those are both superior
I know. I
to
think I
this.
like instantly just cast and got like blue, and I was like, that was terrible.
Yeah.
Because now I'm basically dead to another Pyroblast. So I figured out the mistake. So what I did, I put Uro and then land so I can sword the yeah. So I sword this
Mm-hmm.
guy.
Yep.
So now I'm like, okay, so at least I'm not dead. Yeah, and then I tried to escape Uro, which I couldn't.
Yeah, adding blue is basically the worst. I think basically you should just click no,
Yeah,
or you
for
should
sure.
just respond to the trigger. Both are the same thing, really. So,
Yeah, that was just like a
yeah.
really my like I don't know mistake plus like
Well,
forgetting my line.
it's a pretty big mistake, but I'm not sure. Like, obviously you can get punished, but
I can
oh,
easily get punished because they're gonna Murktide now.
yeah. And you would have rather used that plow on that body. So,
Yeah, but now they have two cards, so I'm feeling so it's kind of interesting.
oh, so you have an Uro on top of your deck as well,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So
Okay,
here
I see. Three
I
green.
fix my mistake, get a green. I don't fetch,
Yeah, of
even
course.
though I'd rather fetch because I want to keep this in the graveyard for Snapcaster Mage or one of the removal spells. But I really need the second Uro to not die.
Agreed.
So yeah,
This is super dangerous.
Uro, keep that one.
It's always like a little bit confusing, I think. But
Yeah,
if you play enough MTG.
I always click on the trigger and then you can see which one is
Oh
pointing.
yeah, of course. Yeah. Makes sense.
So we
Ooh,
draw Ponder,
Ponder.
which is
That's good.
nice. Yeah, so I just Ponder with the Volk.
And just hope for a plow. Or a
Or
blast.
Blast, right? Any of them. So this is a shuffle. Drop Brainstorm, which I don't think I'm allowed to Brainstorm here because well,
No.
actually I died a Bolt anyway. But here, the thing is, I only have one, I think, yeah, two more plows.
Yeah,
So and
you're not favored. Like
yeah,
it's really, really low odds, so you should just wait and hope they don't have the bolt. I also
yeah,
think most competent Delver players in this matchup don't have that many bolts in their deck because it's like honestly not very good.
yeah, exactly. I think like they usually
Yeah.
sideboard out. And I don't die that second Murktide because he had 0 instant source in the graveyard, so this cannot grow to 10/10.
Yeah, I mean obviously if they want like cantrip, land, you know,
Yeah,
I mean whatever. Like you take your losses to that.
Exactly. So I don't use carpet, just attack. I feel a bit better now. Still getting close, right? Because
So I wonder if you should actually have put that land in.
just because of brainstorm?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have, but I guess you drew a bunch of
Yeah.
lands anyways, but it's
Yeah, I
just
should
something
have
to think about.
probably. So here for me, I just slam the Jace and try to bounce it.
Yeah, of course. Like what
Um,
I mean, you still have endurance that can block if this fails.
yeah. So this here, I just feel like okay, I kind of won the game, and I do endurance him here just
Yeah.
to minimize.
Well, the Murktide is pretty bad now, right? Like
Yeah, but now it's like even worse because.
nice. Okay.
So that was, I think, getting pretty lucky game 3, but also
Sure. I mean,
carpet.
I think we just saw the strength of Carpet plus the Bant Shell versus Blue Red essentially.
Yeah.
If you don't get wastelanded a bunch of times, that's what happens, right?
Yeah, and carpet is just insane.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully, I kind of hope for your sake, not every match is like that. But
nah. Actually, if you want, like round 2 is basically against blue red again, so we can skip it. If you want.
Well, just was there anything interesting? Do you remember happening? Do you want to give a short version?
No, the most interesting game was the Blood Moon game by far.
Okay. Yeah. Let's just skip this one because I think if we
Yeah.
go through all of these, I'll probably have to leave before we get through all of them.
Round 3, I think, was not blue red, but
okay. So
Jeskai.
this person I actually lost into one of the LCQs. I actually believe they're a pretty good player from Madison, Lucas Duchow.
Okay. No, I played against this username quite a lot, and he played fine, like so far.
Yeah, they usually play blue decks. Other than the LCQ I played them, they played against Reanimator, and I got like run out of the building, like because they just had, like when that deck keeps 7, and you know you're playing against a good player, you're so scary, right?
Yeah, Reanimator keeping 7 is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is. I think he also played Jeskai, so not even Saga, just so we can skip it if you want to.
No, just let's look a little bit of the game because I think Jeskai actually plays out a little bit differently than Blue Red does.
Yeah, for sure. Because they have swords for Uro, basically.
Yeah, they have swords for Uro, and also their mana base is actually weaker as well. So like, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, so I ponder. I think I chose to shuffle because I'm looking for lands, basically.
And you found Loam, which
Uh,
is actually pretty good.
yeah. So here, I think they also play less wastelands.
Yeah.
Here I think they should have forced on their turn, swords on their turn, just play around force of negation, which they didn't have. But
Well, also, what if they just have a dashed monkey as well, right? Like,
yeah,
okay, nothing happening there is pretty good for you.
yeah.
Okay,
Here I
and
just feel like
yeah, no, yeah, I would get the engine going as well.
they just loam and
I probably cast more Looms than you lifetime, right? So I definitely agree with casting Loam,
probably.
and I think you should be dredging Loam just looking for Uro and just for more lands. And also, since you know they're Jeskai, Wasteland is super good for some. Like, if you get them in the Loam Waste Log, it's actually pretty hard for them to keep up, you know?
Probably, yeah. I think they just iteration. I don't think I force this. Yeah,
Not worth
just
it.
don't care about it. So they fetch, get a monkey. But now, yeah, I don't think I dredge because
Well,
I
no,
kind of just want to find a removal for this monkey.
I agree. I was thinking about that. Was fetching Taiga last turn correct?
Well, because I want an iteration.
Oh, but you play a land after that, right? So you could have just had all islands, is my point.
So like get Trop and
Yeah,
then
you loam, play the Rainforest, then you have Volk. Then now you have the option of playing Sanctuary for removal.
yeah, I guess getting because of the loam it makes sense. Yeah.
But basically, because of Sanctuary, you often have to fetch in very weird ways. Oh,
Yeah,
but
true.
obviously this is excellent.
Yeah, that's probably the nuts, like just ending and play the land. Yeah, here. By the way, you want to fetch this one. I like Flutter Strand's probably the worst fetch in the deck.
Yep.
Because it doesn't get Taiga, but Taiga's already on the board, so it doesn't really matter which fetch you use by now. Also, low makes the mana just everything good.
I was kind of wondering if you were supposed to just put the second Brainstorm in your hand instead of the land, but I didn't think about it. I guess then it forces you to play the Sanctuary, but...
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of awkward.
Sure.
Continue playing.
Oh, they do have Saga. Okay, yeah, now this Dress Down has one goal. Yeah. And you just wait for them to pay 6 mana.
They played a second monkey. I would think about forcing this, to be honest.
I don't think it matters, really. Like...
Yeah, I just don't care if they hit me one time. Like, the best card they can hit is probably, like, Ponder, Brainstorm, and even then it's, like, okay. Like, but I think I do Brainstorm here just to nullify it.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And if they daze, who cares? Like...
Yeah. You can just dazing also with, like, Saga on the board is kind of...
Yeah.
Sets them back. Yeah, so they hit a Tarn. Great.
It's like you brainstormed.
So I thought about loaming here, but the thing is, it does get me deeper to Wasteland, which is just insane now. Mm-hmm. But I think I don't mind going land, like Rainforest Jace.
So what land do you play?
Just Misty.
Okay. So you're not going to Sanctuary back.
Well, I can brainstorm. I can brainstorm. Put this.
Oh,
back in Sanctuary.
Well, but the colors don't work out if you want it to be Plow, right?
Oh, you mean that way?
Yeah.
But I don't mind, like, then if Jace resolved, I don't mind them going Dash Monkey, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
I just choose what they get.
Sure.
And also, like, they're really low. They probably want to make a token with this.
Sure. I don't think they're going to Dash Monkey next turn.
They do force here. So I thought about forcing. My idea was, what is this force gonna like take? Like, what is this gonna do in this game? Dress Down does kill the tokens, but I don't really care that much about the tokens, to be honest. I think this Jace is highly valuable. I think I force back. Not really sure.
Yeah, I think I agree with forcing, because I think what Jace does is you can just kill everything. Like,
yeah,
you'll just have enough cards that you can actually kill. Like, you can afford to throw 2 cards at the Saga tokens.
Exactly. Yeah. The one I hit Uro, it's
the one issue is you have to be worried about Pithing Needle on your Jace because of Saga, but you have a pending in the graveyard, so I don't even think that really matters too much. Oh, and also obviously that's good.
Yeah, so I put Sanctuary and then Trop. So even if
Yeah.
they go Monkey, hit me, yeah, sure, take the Trop. I don't care. Um, so yeah, they play Monkey. They don't dash it, which makes sense because they want
Yeah.
the big Saga token. I do Loam here, Dredge Loam because I know I have 2 lands on top.
Agreed. It's just basically like you're stocking your graveyard.
Yeah. Loam back card, I think. Oh, I Sanctuary something back. What I think? Oh,
Yeah,
it's still
just
right here.
I think this makes sense. And then you just want to make sure you have one removal spell to protect your Jace from
Yeah.
the Urza Saga tokens.
So I
Oh,
hit all the removal
that's
spells.
really good. Yeah.
So ending. Um, I could have played Sylvan, but that plays into Daze, which I didn't want to do.
Yeah.
Like a second Daze.
I agree with this. I mean, kind of looks
I'm
like
really
you're.
worried about, by the way, if they get a Lantern actually, but because it stops Uro.
I mean,
Here I fetch just to play around. I don't
yeah.
know if they
If they
want to like
needle your fetch and then like kill
exactly,
the Jace, I think it's
exactly.
definitely correct.
But I think so they get
Oh, they
Relic,
have
which
main
is
deck
fine.
Relic. Okay, that's well. I mean, I think you have enough stuff that like you don't actually need Uro, and you can always
Nah,
try
I'm
to.
totally fine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously it's annoying that they get to break up your fun, but like whatever. Like I don't think it actually matters.
But now
Oh,
they bolt my Jace, so it's
okay.
kind of annoying.
Now this is somewhat of an issue, and they
Well, it's not really an issue
well
because they only have 3 cards, and like my hand is totally stacked.
hold on. Why did they main phase activate the relic?
I think they were worried about Loam basically
Oh, but
because I had
they can
Loam.
just relic. They can activate relic in response to the loam being cast.
Well, the thing is, I think they're kind of worried about Loam Wasteland. So if I
Oh,
say
sure.
Dredge, and then but yeah, now like I just
I mean,
iteration hit.
okay, sure. And now it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, they iteration, but that's fine. They hit a monkey. I think that's the last one. One.
Yep, the last monkey.
Yeah, last monkey.
And they're probably gonna dash and just. And
Yeah.
you're going to cast Qasali Ambusher, and then they're going to leave the game. There's an inside joke there. There's a legendary MTGO photo of someone bouncing Qasali Ambusher, and it just gets recast immediately because you could
Really?
cast it. It was versus Michael Jacob actually. The screenshot is, it's in Declare Attackers, so MJ casts the Ambusher because he has a force and planes. The person just bounces a resounding wave, and he just recasts it. And like the person's like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, so, that's how that works.
Yeah,
it is Sword here, which
okay, sure. I mean, that was like
Brainstorm, which is
just put a bad card on back. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
mitigate the monkey. I'm fine with that. Whatever. They only have 2 cards in hand. Well, 3 monkey and 2 cards. So.
Have you ever wastelanded your own sanctuary to loam it back to put something back on top?
Oh yeah. I've done that in a league against 5 color control.
5 color?
Like,
oh shit. Yeah.
The Anorak, whatever, yeah. Leovold splash. And so I've basically done that just to not deck myself.
Sure.
Like not really deck, because you will deck eventually from low. But basically like I had more cards in my deck eventually. So because of that.
Well, so I think in those matchups, what can happen is if you loop endurances, you can prevent decking.
Yeah, but like there's Swords of Plowshare, they're like Counterspell, like Force of Will and stuff. But so here I just kill that. I think I played the library because just
I agree. You have enough life. I don't think Ragavan will kill you. I mean, obviously, like it's like them having
Ragavan. That's the only card that almost matters.
But you still have Uro. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
right?
but it was kind of funny. Like the turn I played. But actually, it's fine because it puts another card in my graveyard. So
I agree.
Kind of fine with that. But he does get a Foundry, which is one of the cards that can kind of get him back in this game.
Yeah, sort of. It's a lot less scary. I mean, the constructs might be an issue actually by this point because of the Foundry. But if you find something,
I leave the ending in here. Just I think I still have the Snapcaster Mage.
Well, also the Wasteland loam. Oh, wait, how many loams do you play? 1.
1, yeah, so
Oh,
we've only
never
got it.
mind. Okay, so that
Yeah.
doesn't work anymore.
This fetch does not. Oh, it gets volcanic, so okay. Could have left it in hand, to be honest, actually. So he's gonna prismatic ending. I'm gonna force this.
Yep.
So he's basically monkey and every. Yeah, I should have kept this fetch in hand just because of this specific draw. Draw the wasteland, which is perfect.
Sure.
Yeah. So attack with Uro, play the wasteland.
Yep.
Just make them use the mana now. This game is pretty much over. Just draw dress.
Wait, shouldn't you put dress down hand and excel the maybe not.
Now I wanted to do this end of turn so the monkey doesn't do anything.
They have sanctuary as well. Okay, so this worked out way better.
Their mana is wild.
I mean,
but I don't mind it. It's fine.
I think they probably play like 22 lands, probably.
Yeah, probably. So I could have let this resolve, but this force of negation is not going to get any better, so might as well use it. And I know they have monkey plus no card in hand. Now I'm basically looking for like a Snapcast Mage or Endurance. I think I have one more. Yeah, one more Endurance. Basically, like to get this off the board so my Uro can start actually hitting them. And this was a mistake too, by the way. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, I think you should save all Wastelands for Urza Sagas.
Really. Yeah, because I don't have Loam anymore.
Right, and those both of your Wastelands. So like now you're actually if they draw Saga, I think you could actually lose, right?
Well, I only lose to decking basically because this chumps my Uro every turn.
Right.
So that's the main way I lose.
But the thing is, the Saga tokens might get bigger than your Uro as well, right? That's the other issue.
That's not really my issue because I'm in such a high life total. My main issue here is just losing to
decking.
Not able to kill them. So I'm really looking for. I think I have one more prismatic ending. 1, 2, 3. Oh no. So just Snapcast Mage. That's the only card.
You can also Endurance.
Endurance back the ending. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a lot of goofy things that can happen.
I try to find a Snapcast Mage and just ending the Foundry and.
So I assume by this point you're just trying to play fast and end the game because like it's kind of walked up and you're worried about time.
Yeah. I just win with her eventually.
I mean, eventually, because now that you've killed their Foundry, they're gonna run out of stuff. Like, and you have 2 Traumatic Visions in your hand, so
yeah, you can see my deck. I do see that I have an Endurance back in the deck, so
yeah,
I'm not gonna deck like 0% chance almost. The only way that can actually deck is they have a second Foundry, but I'm kind of covered with the Force.
Well, no, because if they find second Foundry. If they have a second Foundry with Saga, it depends on when it comes down. I think you might be able to get them low enough, quickly enough, before that happens, that they just have to block.
Yeah, exactly. The only way, is basically second Foundry. I'm basically digging for the Endurance just to also put another body on the board.
Yeah, agreed. Like, the Endurance just matters so much here.
And they're just F6ing, by the way.
Sure.
So,
because you understand they're playing the clock battle as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is.
But you're an MTGO veteran. This is not gonna happen to you.
Yeah. Nah.
All right. So pretty academic game 1. Does game 2 similarly play out in the same way?
Yeah, game 2 was even worse. So
for them, okay, so. Sure.
But I think from here on, there's no more Delver matchups, so that's fine. So I'm playing against this guy. I really don't know what he's on. I know the username, but I really have no clue.
Well, I don't know who this is, so I'm gonna just be like villain or they. But I think they generally play White Green Depths.
Yeah, I
think is actually a good matchup for you, but it's also
it's an amazing matchup. I don't think I've ever lost to green white decks.
Well, it used to be better for you when you had Terminus in the deck, I think, by a lot. For what it's worth.
Well, the thing is now with Prismatic Ending, it's actually better because I have it out to their Sylvan library.
I see.
Is a pain.
Okay.
But the only way they could win was Sylvan Library and then Knights and stuff. But now I don't need to use I can just Prismatic Ending it. So my Force can counter whatever else.
Sure.
This hand is great. It's kind of weak against Delver. So if they're on Delver and I'm post 3 matches against Delver, so my brain is like not another Delver deck.
Well, I mean, I
But
don't
I
think
think
I
it's
would
still
mulligan
fine.
it versus Delver because you also have a bunch of lands as well. But
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was my idea.
if you had a one drop removal spell, obviously you keep. The danger of this hand is you have to pitch iteration or Uro to force to counter something, but it's just the cost of doing business when you construct your deck this way. Sometimes you don't always have a one
Well,
drop removal spell.
yeah. So let's say actually that's an interesting thing. If the opponent goes Volk Monkey, do you force it
Yeah, I probably would.
with iteration?
I would
Probably.
pitch Uro. I think right.
Uro, really?
You have 4 Uros in your deck, and like iteration can dig you out of the thing. Like I don't know, like it
Kind of
seems
close.
it, it's definitely close. I'm just hoping you don't have to force
Oh, I'm
anything.
actually on the play,
Oh,
right?
you're on
Okay.
the play. This is way
Okay.
better to keep on the play
Yeah,
as
on the play,
well.
this hand is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they play
Okay.
this. I'm like
Sure.
elves. My hand is pretty shitty against elves, but
Well,
okay.
elves 12 post depths. Oh,
But yeah, they get
they're
this,
glimmer. They're post.
and now my hand
Oh,
is just amazing,
okay.
basically.
Well, the Wasteland Loam angle, I think fixed the issue with this deck in this matchup.
Oh yeah,
Which is
for
like
sure.
without Loam Wasteland, I don't think you can really win this matchup. It's like basically impossible.
Yeah,
Whereas,
for sure. I agree.
yeah,
Like before I played four colors, I used to play bands, and then I had back to basics. So that was an out
yeah,
for this
but
matchup.
that's kind of like not as good as this setup. I think is how
Oh
I would
yeah,
put
for
it.
sure. No, for sure. This
Yeah.
matchup got like actually winnable. So they go Green Sun Zenith. I do brainstorm in response. They're
So,
gonna try to get Reclaimer.
well, and the other card that they could get if they're worried about counters was just Shepherd and just resolve of their spells.
Yeah,
So I think you're actually supposed to force this if you don't find a removal spell.
exactly. That was my idea. I
Yeah.
was like, okay, let's see if I find a white removal. Yeah, I'm not gonna force it, obviously. So this is pretty easy. Like
Yeah,
just
just
pitch a row.
yeah. Second Uro is really the best card to pitch to force.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I assume you
I
shuffle
think I
away the
should
lands.
shuffle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I get a Taiga.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
agree.
drew the Savannah because I wanted to make sure I
Okay,
can hit a
sure.
land drop.
Sure. That I think that's
And just
fine.
go like now I think I just Uro.
You shouldn't waste the Glimmer Post, I think. Like that's not the one you care about.
No, I actually play this tap because I want to get
Oh,
the idea
sure.
about this matchup is you want to put pressure on them because if we get to the late game, there's no way of winning almost. So
barring the Loam Wasteland thing, obviously.
yeah, but even the Lone Wasteland, if you don't have Uro on the board, it still can get a bit rough. So they get Glimmer Cavern on Elf, which is
sure.
So I do Brainstorm, fine, Prismatic Ending, which doesn't do much, but I mean, it's good to have against Elf, so that's fine. I think,
yeah, no,
now
you just
I kind of want to Wasteland this, by the way, because that way they cannot Vezuva it for Titan reasons.
Oh,
basically.
I see. That makes sense.
I'm not sure if I do it.
The one worry is Caracas can really reset all of his plans.
Yeah. So I let them.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah,
they do get. Yeah.
So I don't even know if you should waste that thing, really. Like.
No, now I don't care about it. I only care about Cloud Post right now. This is also a great draw against Titan.
Agreed, because then like it's the same thing as in like Modern. Now you can like trade profitably with the Titan instead of like being down.
This is also one of the better cards in the matchup too.
Well, yeah, they don't pressure you. It's just like a draw 6 for 2 mana, right?
Especially when Uro. So.
Yeah.
They're gonna end of turn Once Upon a Time, which is totally fine. Get a forest.
It is kind of problematic. You don't actually have a removal spell for Titan right now. I think.
Yeah. They do fetch, by the way, so I know they have a forest in hand.
Sure.
They're gonna play the elf, which is whatever.
That one dies to all of the stuff in their hand. All right. Pay 8. Hashtag pay 8. The meme. I guess you don't actually have to pay 8, but you should definitely pay 4.
I just pay 8 because I want to dig deeper in my deck, basically.
But with the fetch, like, do you actually have to? Like,
no, because I Uro here anyway.
Oh, sure.
So okay, I just want to dig. The only card I care about drawing now is Life from the Loam. That's the only. Because I feel like once I draw that, this game's over. The one thing I'm worried kind of about, I would say, is if they have Bojuka Bog main deck.
They do. They generally do. Like it.
So here, so I upkeep Wasteland them because I kind of feel like they have Caracas. I think I just fetch force this. Yeah.
Wait, you wasted Caracas, but they rotated something else away?
No, I wasteland the. Oh,
No,
yeah.
you.
This was. Yeah, exactly. I didn't understand this. I
I
think
think
this
that's a
could have been a
misclick.
misclick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that has to be a mis. That doesn't make any sense otherwise. And yeah, you
Yeah.
should definitely force it. I think.
Yeah, because I get post or whatever, or even Bajuka Bog. Because now Bajuka Bog is insane because it also gets my wasteland.
So somehow you tricked them into rotating away. Oh, they just have another one, I guess.
But
Okay.
still, this was kind of
No,
weird, right?
they should still rotate away the Caracas first and see
Yeah.
what
So
happens.
they did Bajuka Bog me here, which is a bit annoying because never mind the Uro, it also gets a wasteland. So I only
Sure.
have one more left. But now they're really low on resources. They only have two cards. They don't have any Cloud Post. One of their cards in hand is Forest.
Yeah.
So even if they have like Forest Titan, I have like Dress Down Swords for it.
Sure.
So I kind of feel okay. Yeah. So they play the Forest. Oops. Yeah, just don't
Yeah,
need
but
a second.
hashtag. Or I think there. Did you not pay 8?
Well, I don't need a second Sylvan Library, right?
Well, the point is to get past his cards for Brainstorm, right?
Probably. I should have paid 4, I think, for
You definitely should have paid some amount.
Yeah.
I think I probably would have just paid 8 and just tried to dig deeper for Brainstorm plus Iteration.
Probably. Here I don't even play the stuff in Sylvan
There's
Library.
there's no reason to. You should just keep it for Brainstorm in case if that comes down to that. And now I guess you should not endurance anyone. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I think actually
I
shuffling the Caracas back in, I think it's actually
and the Cavern also.
It's actively bad for you to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I do find a second Wasteland, which is just amazing.
Yeah. And this person probably knows that you can't really play more than 2 Wastelands, so it's like kind of lucky. But also, you only have 21 cards left in your deck, so like, how lucky is it actually?
Well, 29, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, I meant you've been through like 31 cards.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I'm just like, I should have maybe pay 4 here. I don't know.
I don't understand why we're not paying. Like, I would have like basically almost no life by this point, and it wouldn't really.
Here, yeah, what I do is
no, this is the trick for Modern with people playing fucking Kroxa, right? That bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. But the only reason I do this is because I have a second dress down, or else I probably would never do this.
Actually, when I play that deck, I basically never do that shit.
This is kind of funny thing also that they play the Endurance, just like as a blocker.
Well, I mean, they want to get to the late game. They just don't want to take damage. I think this is correct.
Yeah, Wasteland the Cloud Post, obviously.
They drew a stage, I guess. Okay, so now you just want Loam, because if you find Loam...
Now I'm kind of pretty sure that they don't have Titan already.
Well, yeah.
It was slamming here.
I don't think it makes any sense to wait. And the Force is actually a really good draw as well. Okay. Well, now you should not pay 8 when you're at 8. That's my expert opinion on that.
So yeah, just kill that. Now I'm putting them on the 1 turn clock, basically, with double force.
Yeah, you can hardcast one and pitch the dress down the other, and you have.
I think they're just. Well, they can actually glimmer like if they play a second. They're not dead. So, actually, they're they're not dead. Okay.
They would gain 3, go to 11, but it doesn't matter because like you have all of their real cards covered.
Yeah.
Because they don't have enough mana to play an
kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever beaten Cloud Plus game 1.
I mean, you drew both of your Wastelands, and their hand was a little bit. So like their opening hand didn't actually have a Cloud Post. I think is the reality.
Their hand was terrible. They didn't have a Cloud Post. They didn't have an Elf. They didn't have.
They had a map. They had a map.
They had a map. Yeah.
I think it's
Once Upon a Time. So it was actually pretty fine.
I think the issue is mulling with that deck. If you have like 4 lands, is you actually need 6 lands in the games where you don't have Cloud Posts to get Titan. So I don't think you can actually mulligan a lot of hands. It's not like a Tron deck.
Yeah.
It's more of a ramp deck, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So sideboard, I actually don't have almost anything. I think I sided in, what was it? Like I sided out 1 Uro.
It's hard for me.
Surgical, right? I sided in surgical.
Okay, I see.
Wait, surgical. Okay,
I've actually done that a lot as Delver. When I didn't have a lot of hate, I would just force their Pithing Needle and just waste Cloud Post, surgical Cloud Post, and then their deck doesn't really work.
Yeah. So I was like kind of thinking what to side out, but like there's a merit for like one Swords Plowshare, but I really need to kill the elf.
Yeah.
And Prismatic Ending is really good post cyber because they have carpets.
Mhm.
So I was just like, yeah, just side out one Uros.
I think that's
Kind of
fine
whatever.
because
Yeah.
I think Uro's just like insular. Like you have enough Uros in your deck, you'll find one by the time you need it.
Yeah.
Whereas
I could
like,
side out one Endurance to be honest. That was also another card.
all right, this is a fine. This is not like an incredible hand, but it's definitely fine.
Yeah, they go turn one map. Oh,
I think you should have considered forcing that, pitching the snap.
really?
Yeah, just keep them off the first quad post for as long as possible.
Well, the thing is, I have Wasteland, so it's
Yeah,
kind of
but like,
fine.
well, what if they
Thing
just
is,
have 2 quad posts, right? Like,
well, the thing is, what if they go turn to like Green Sun Zenith for Elf, for example?
Sure, yeah, that's
Like
reasonable.
I think the Elf is much more scary with this hand
Mm-hmm.
than um Ponder. Yeah. Now I have basically everything. Kinda. I just need to draw a loam. That's the only card I care about here.
Time to play like 15 turns looking for this one of Loam, right?
This is basically the game. So
Yeah, I
they're gonna get
know.
a Cloud Post.
Yeah.
Yeah, play Cloud Post.
So it's very important if you're going to waste them, you do not waste them on your turn because of Force of Negation.
For sure. But I think they sided out crop rotations, by the way.
Really?
I mean, it's terrible in this matchup.
I don't think
By the way,
would,
I
actually.
think I did a minor mistake here. No, because I knew my top card. I didn't want it.
Yeah.
I kind of want to get low on blue as much as possible because of carpet.
Sure.
But I think it's fine the way it worked because I knew my top card. So yeah, the thing is, I'm like from watching. Do you know Tony?
Yeah.
Into play.
Into play. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's like the master of Cloud Quiz basically. And I think he sides out crop rotations usually against blue decks just because of force of will.
Okay, interesting. I would not have guessed that. But especially like the thing is, do you actually want to do that versus a deck that has like versus Blue Red Delver that has 4 wastelands? Like it's kind of weird, right?
Against Blue Red Delver, I think that's it's different.
Okay, but versus slow blue deck, the Tony's just fine playing a like elongated game where you don't draw any crop rotations, right?
Yeah, I think he's also like I have 4 carpets.
Okay, sure.
So yeah, he endurances me here, which is kind of annoying because it got both Uro and Wasteland again. So yeah, I did just swords it just to get it off the board. I think that's fine. I didn't need another land. Here I do force of negation and pitch dress down.
Great.
They do draw a second post, so now I'm really worried. Now I'm kind of worried about that one.
So I assume you snap iteration here, right? Yeah. I think it just makes sense.
Fine.
Because you don't want to pitch the snap to Force of Will anyways. Like, you kind of just need to get things... Oh, that's kind of a disaster. So you're probably going to lose now.
I think so. Yeah, they once upon a time get
Ulamog. Yeah, that's... I mean...
but they just have nonsense. Basically, kind of nonsense.
Hold on. Really. Why did they play the... I think that's actually... if you stop right there, I think that was kind of confusing. Why didn't they just map for Cloud Post and play it, right?
Yeah, they should have done that for sure.
Because like playing the Crocus at turn, yeah.
Yeah.
And also you actually drew a card that punches them because now when they crack map, you just surgical Cloud Post and try to. I mean, they can get Vesuvas and stages, but you're trying to just cut off as many Cloud Posts as possible now, and this lets you cut off 3 of them at least.
Yeah, and I think they only play like 2 Vesuvas. No, I don't think they play the full 4.
They play enough that they can copy it a bunch of times, I think.
Yeah.
Issue, so.
I do this just because play carpet.
Sure.
Even though they have the force, but there's no reason to. Like they can still Titan, but that's kind of whatever. I think. I mean, I have force for that, whereas carpet is a big issue.
You did not. So oh no, I see. You let it resolve and then draw step you surgical and hope they get another card post. Yeah. Yeah, this is super reasonable and
I'm not really sure what they do here.
They can endurance themselves, so then you should probably force the endurance, right?
Yeah, I kind of have to force it. If I didn't have the force, I should definitely done it on my turn just because of this.
Right.
Surgical.
I was thinking about that, but also there's like a chance that they just draw one for turns. So it's not like 0%.
So they have Glimmer Pose. This is gonna tap for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're not that far from Ulamogging.
Yeah,
actually.
I mean that's the issue, and your clock is so slow that you're probably going to get Ulamog this game.
Yeah, and my hand is terrible too.
Yeah, I mean you're probably dead, but you know that's how it is sometimes.
Yeah.
It's lucky to win game 1 in this matchup, but yeah, Dress Down doesn't work versus Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, unfortunately.
But does work against Green Sylvanas for Titan, which is nice.
Yeah, the problem is we're down 2 plows, right? Oh, never mind, we're not. Okay.
No, okay, I know what I do. I dress down and then force this.
Oh, sure, that's fine. Yeah, this is probably better.
So I draw. Okay, I ponder into Jace. Now Jace is probably one of the best cards in this matchup, because they don't have any way to manipulate their deck too much.
So is it faster to try to Fate Seal them out or to get back to Loam Wasteland? That's the question.
I think this turn I Fate Seal. I think I leave this on top, and that was a really big mistake.
No, isn't that? Yeah, you shouldn't do that, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That puts them at 11, and then you would have to find Wasteland, right?
Wasteland or Loam, yeah. Is no, actually only Wasteland because Loam is not a thing. So yeah, I should have bottomed that. Oh, I did bottom it. Sorry, yeah.
Okay,
I did bottom it. So that was a good play, but they drew the
Cloud. Oh, which Cloud Post is Ancient Tomb. So, Glimmer Post is an Ancient Tomb, so they have exactly 10.
Now I'm just kind of dead. I can draw swords, and then we're back to top deck mode. But yeah.
Okay, well then if they attack you once, like it's probably over because we're gonna mill.
Yeah, they mill 20. Right.
Well, that's how I think the matchup normally goes. So you still have game 3 though, so it's kind of fortunate that you. I think it's fortunate that you won game 1, Barry.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that game 2 was crazy. So this hand is just almost perfect, I would say, almost.
I think you keep because you have time to dig to the Wasteland. You have like.
This hand's great. Yeah, it's an easy keep for me because the Sylvan Library is great. This, like it's kind of weak to turn 1 Elf, I would say, which they have. So I do Brainstorm in case I draw Force.
Oh, nice. And now you can just Force pitch.
Ponder probably.
Yeah. You can put whatever. You're gonna redraw the fetch and fetch Taiga, right?
Yeah, just Taiga and Sylvan Library. Yeah, just start pay 8.
Yeah.
They do have a second though, which is a bit annoying, I would say, but like now I'm much more.
Ooh, that's not great.
Optimal. Yeah, just pay 8.
And I assume you iteration because you just want to remove it if possible.
Yeah, which I find close to almost perfect, but.
So you put Uro in hand? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think so. Just to, because Uro is basically more card now with library.
Mm-hmm.
Here I could have put Caracas actually, not Tundra, just play on carpet better, but.
Yeah, that's better, but you know, whatever. Yeah. It's hard to be perfect all the time.
Yeah. So they get another elf.
What a game.
Pay
8. I mean, yeah, 2 life doesn't actually matter. You're like basically at infinite.
Kinda. I mean, this elf can do stuff, but.
I mean, it's only a 1/2, right? Like you'll be at 5, and then you'll probably be at 8 by the time it like can actually attack you.
I can also Sanctuary back the ending. I'm not really sure if I do that. I think I do. Oh, I don't? Okay. I think that was a mistake there.
Probably, actually. I think I would just kill it. You just fetch Sanctuary off of Rainforest.
Yeah.
And Brainstorm.
But they do have the Bojuka Bog in hand, which is kind of...
So, do you Sanctuary now? Get back the ending?
No, I don't think I did that, which probably a mistake.
I mean, you do have Loam Wasteland. That is one good thing that's going on here, but...
Yeah, once I get rid of this card, I think I'm pretty sure I cannot lose.
Oh, and
almost.
Actually, that's really. There was a surgical on top, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I think you brainstorm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you just.
But I am at 4 life, so surgical is a I don't have black mana in my deck.
Sure,
So.
yeah.
But yeah, just
this is kind of
so
nice.
here,
You get to
what's gonna happen?
Yep.
So I wasteland the Cloud Post, surgical the Cloud Post, so they can't search it.
Yep, exactly, and it's really hard for them to get out of this now because their deck is full of expensive things, and you also get
now they cannot even Vesuva it,
right?
Because they don't have on board. Yeah, their hand is just a bunch of like Iorugan is just a dead card.
Well, now they have to like hit a lot of land drops manually, and that's not that easy when they have no card draw engine.
Yeah, but they do have 4 carpets. That's the thing.
Sure.
That's their out. Just to see their deck a bit, like they can Ramunap doesn't do anything almost.
Yeah, Ramunap plus fetch does do something. That's the only thing.
I guess, but they only have. Oh, they actually have 4 more forests.
Yeah, no, that deck plays like 6 forests. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
this turn was kind of sweet. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously now like all you have to worry about doing is killing them before like turn 15 or whatever, instead of like having to like manage a bunch of ancient tombs instead, which is kind of not that easy a lot of the time.
I think they get Cavern for the Titan this turn specifically. I'm not really sure what they do.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, they get Cavern, but they name Elf. I think that's a huge mistake. Because they do have the Red Save, so they kind of want to like cheese me out, killing that, and I'm at 2 life.
Sure.
But I mean, I have a 5-card hand. I would just go straight up for the Cavern on Giant play.
Oh, so you somehow didn't loan back the Rainforest? I guess. Uro?
I think just to keep more cards in the graveyard, and yeah. Also,
no, then you should Cavern Giant with the second one for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, no. But they know I have Wasteland, so I think Caverning the second one on Vesuva Forest is fine here actually because they know I have Lone Wasteland.
Sure.
But the first one should have definitely named Giant. Like I think I don't see a way I lose to the 2-1, and if I do, well, I don't know. So now I'm just playing slow.
Now you're just chilling. Yeah.
Yeah. Iteration. Yeah, play. I'm just looking for Uro basically, just to close out the game.
Yep. You have everything else you need.
Yeah. So this is one of the cards they can have. So I have to basically I could have forced actually the Titan, and then but then like this card was just way too good. So
I also wonder if you could have waited 1 turn on casting the Sylvan to leave up Fawn.
Well, I hit it off Iteration.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
So not really.
Okay, never mind. Yeah.
So now this is basically great. Hit Uro, put 2 land in the deck. Yeah, just Dredge Loam. They can Endurance also. They cannot block because they cannot Vesuva block. But even if they Endurance, that's fine. I do Wasteland here just
just in case. Like I don't know.
They hit another Vesuva, so they're actually getting close to Titan, man.
A little bit scary, but like, what can they even really Titan for? And plus, the plow is obviously good.
Yeah, I think this game is pretty much over for me in a way. Like, the way I think I lose is them Titaning, getting 2 more 4s, so that's like 6 4s, 8. Well, I mean, they cannot cast Emrakul, for example. So it's basically Ulamog and Titans.
They don't actually have enough forests left in their deck to Titan for. Oh no, they do. Never mind. Those are all Vesuvas. Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so the way I lose is basically carpets. That's another way they can counter like Emrakul, for example. And yeah, I think that's it.
You still have Sanctuary in your deck though, right?
Yeah, so I can get back Fawn, for example, or whatever.
And they're also only at 22, so it's like okay, so I guess they get 2 lands. This is like kind of close for how much you've done to them, which is kind of like terrifying, right?
Yeah, they're building up. I don't think I don't know their last card. I'm pretty sure.
You don't anymore. Just like some unknown card.
I just sorted it just to get rid of it, whatever. Fetch, I think I knew my top cards. Now I feel pretty much good, like with this Force of Will. Fetch, because I think my top card was a land. Now it's basically just a kind of race for them, but this Jace is gonna.
Okay, well now you just plus on them every turn, right? Like, and just make sure they don't draw anything good.
They draw Thespian Stage. I did do a mistake here, by the way, tapping the wasteland, which is a tiny mistake, but
Sure.
okay. I probably should have just tapped Caracas because now they can stage copy of force straight away. So it's another.
Yeah,
mana.
I think you should have just tapped any land besides Caracas or Waste, actually.
Yeah.
You could tap like
Caracas
Tundra.
doesn't matter. They don't have a
Sure.
way to like remove Uro.
Sure.
But they draw another Titan, which I just force it.
Yeah, it's too annoying otherwise. And yeah, they do in fact copy right away, which is 100% correct.
So I think I pay. No, okay. Just
Well, you're at exactly 8. You could only pay 4.
yeah. So I think I leave. Choose to not use Jace. Yeah, the way Jace they changed the way like Jace is worded on
does
Magic
that mean
Online.
you didn't bottom it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you left Once Upon a Time on top.
Yeah, that's so unintuitive, like
Sure.
how they changed the wording on Jace in
Sure.
the chat. The reason I left Once Upon a Time because I mean they don't have great hits now. Like there's no more posts, so I don't think Once Upon a Time it cannot hit carpets.
No, it can't. It can only hit creatures or lands, and then now you can just fawn it anyways if you really care. I'm not sure you actually do.
I don't think I do. I do. Okay, I think that's a mistake to be honest. This should just fawn once carpets. That's it. I think I look.
Well, so okay, to unpack that, isn't the danger that they somehow draw a land off that and draw Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger and kill your Jason something else? Like just suppose,
Once Upon a Time into Ulamog, yeah, but they play 1, I think. I guess that's a card for sure.
So I kind of think the carpet doesn't matter, and you should just keep them off of just Ulamog.
Yeah, actual threats. Yeah. And I guess with Jace and them having 0 cards in hand, I can like control the game much more easier that way. I didn't see. Oh, it's Glimmer Post. So they're trying. So yeah, this game's over because 9 and so.
Okay. Why don't we take a quick break for a restroom? And get some water and chat. We'll be right back in a few minutes. But thanks for being here.
Yep. Oh.
All right. Quick shout out to the subs today: Storm Thief 248, Otter Lady _. Shout out to Scotty Nada and Ekros MTG for the raids. Yeah, thanks for everyone being here. All right, welcome back.
All right, I'm back.
All right, so we're about halfway through, right? We did
Yeah, that
skip a
was
match.
round 4.
Yep.
Yeah, no, round 5.
Let's see what we got. So you're 4-0
So,
now, right? Oh, this person
yeah,
plays very they play basically like 4C or Bant Yorion Zenith
yeah.
decks.
But there's one thing that's important.
Yeah, no, that's Yorion, right? Like pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is gonna be a long,
Yeah,
long one.
this that. Oh, so you accidentally picked a good time to call up the restroom break, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, reveal Yorion. This game's great. We do find Loam, which is actually a great card in the matchup, just because we're both trying to kind of wasteland ourselves and just go long. But now we go like land bird. So I don't know. This is some kind of his own brew, whatever.
Yep. Yep.
I think I killed the bird here. Just
Yeah, they say bolt the bird for a reason. Like,
yeah,
this is
exactly.
not. Oh, Dried Arbor? Can we
Yeah.
find a removal spell?
Nah, I drew land.
That sucks.
That's fine. Like, I mean, what is he gonna do? Like, play, throw, whatever. That's fine. The most important thing in this matchup, he does Bazooka Bug my
Your Loam.
Loam, which is really, really annoying. I draw the Wasteland turn after. So I think without that bog from his hand, I think this game would be almost over. Like, because if I start Wasteland loaming him, it was crazy. And he has like
Guy's
Cradle. I don't know what's going on.
That must be a one of for like Knight of the Reliquary, but like
yeah, he definitely played Knight of Reliquary.
Oh, there was almost the attack.
Yeah, I was like, come on, and he didn't do it.
All right.
This game is kind of like just I don't know. He played Knight, doesn't matter. I think I endurance him, yeah, because of the Euro.
Yeah, and now you just untap, kill the Knight, leave a press down, right?
He forces, which is kind of okay, I think. I don't really care about Knight that much. I mean, what does Knight even do here? Just I can Mystic Sanctuary back, and if he has like the protection land, I'll be shocked. I mean,
I don't think that deck plays it. I don't think you can really afford to.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't even get. So you're just slow rolling to see.
I want to dress down this. That's the thing. But yeah, now he gets Saga, which now the game turns upside down. Yeah, so now I get the Sanctuary.
So you just kill at the Knight, right?
Yeah.
Because now that you know that they have one Knight or one Saga in their deck, like if they just get a bunch of Sagas off of the Knight, it's kind of scary, right?
Yeah.
Oh, also Saga plus Cradle is kind of insane. I hadn't thought about it before.
Yeah, their deck is wild. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but it's fun. Yes, Cradle Saga, like everything's going crazy. Foundry, Cradle more. He does make a token now, which is just great for me. I mean, it makes sense because he wants to beat me down the most. But now I just like clear the board, draw third Force of Will.
Okay, so I guess we're casting a lot of counter spells. So we have to kill the Foundry at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I have to kill whatever. Like this game, I'm pretty much sure I'm gonna lose.
There's just too much stuff you have to remove, and you have no card advantage, right? So it's gonna
my hand is terrible, and they have like Saga plus Foundry and Cradle.
I kind of like their deck. Like it's
Foundry plus Cradle is also insane.
Yeah, it's they really did go deep. Ooh, Aether Spellbomb.
Aether Spellbomb, yeah. This game is crazy. Like, okay, draw Ponder. Perfect Ponder. Okay, I don't think there's a better Ponder than that.
So you can iterate into Uro plus remove the Foundry, right?
Yeah, ending the Foundry, Uro. And Uro can actually, like, tackle the token a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have Aether Spellbomb, but that's
kind of... Sure, whatever. If they bounce your Uro, you'll eventually get it back. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's pretty much perfect. Yeah, they're just gonna make a bunch of stuff, which doesn't really matter. Yeah, they get to make a 4/4. I mean, I'm pretty low to like compare to this board state, which is a bit annoying.
I mean, you're at 17 and your thing's at 3/4, so it's not that big of a deal.
They soared the Euro.
Wait, you didn't plow? Or didn't force?
Yeah, I don't know. I should have forced that. I don't know why.
You probably just clicked past it.
Yeah, I think I was just playing the fastest I can because this match is definitely gonna be on time.
Yeah.
White Flame is actually great taking care of the cradle.
Yep.
Uh, what Mana Birds of Paradise?
Yeah, that's there's something going on there. I'm not really sure what it is.
Yeah, Drew Silver's library, which
Okay,
is great.
sure. Yeah. You definitely just need some card advantage. Like
Yeah,
there's too much stuff you have to kill, so the only way you can deal with all of it is to just draw a bunch of cards.
yeah. They escape Hero, I hard cut Force. They play Night of Autumn.
Yeah, you definitely have to force that.
Yeah.
Oh, they were
with
saving
the
the force.
Yorion.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice that they had put it in hand, but sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now you're
Which
kind
was
of
like,
in trouble.
but yeah, Ponder.
Oh,
Okay,
but
you're
okay,
Ponder into Uro.
sure.
That's why you play 4 Uros, because like it's so great.
I mean, Uro, like, I'm not gonna lie, I think Uro just covers up a lot of people's mistakes a lot of the time, personally. Which is fine. Like, I think that's actually a strength of the deck, not a weakness, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So now just escape Uro.
Yeah, sure. Like whatever else they did.
In a battle of escaping Uro, but I drew sword, which is nice.
Yep. I have a suspicion there are more Uros in your deck than there are in theirs. Even like barring the like.
Maybe. But they drew Loam that turn, which was probably one of their best draws.
Loam for Cradle. Also, Green Sun with Cradle is kind of insane as well. There's just so many interesting things about their deck.
Yeah, they went deep. They went really deep.
Their deck looks like a cube deck, honestly.
Yeah, it does. I didn't know what to expect. I mean, obviously I expected Loam Knight once I saw Cradle and Bojuka Bog and Saga. But yeah, now they have like Loam, Uro.
Also, Uro Saga is like kind of degen too, you know?
Yeah, I was thinking about how Anurag actually thought about it to put Saga into this deck, but then it's just like changed the whole deck, I think.
I think structurally it doesn't work, whereas their deck it does work because they have a bunch of mana dorks. Like,
yeah,
I think it works
out a lot better. And
also
you cannot play Dress Down plus Saga in the same deck. That's kind of bad.
I mean, you can. It just is kind of weird.
But I did draw the Force of Negation, which is great because they're gonna dredge Loam probably next turn, which they do. So.
And that's why you didn't escape Uro this turn, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't escape. They didn't cast the Loam, did they?
They didn't cast anything, which is really weird. I don't know. Like
so they read you for Fawn, I guess.
Probably.
That's so weird.
He's a really good player. He's a really good Magic Online player, so I wouldn't fault for that. So they have Loam plus another card in hand, which I don't know what it is. So escape Uro, just remove all. Yeah, they removed my Loam, so the Wasteland didn't do anything.
Right.
But I did keep one.
That was so long ago that they removed your Loam, actually. It was like turn 3, and we're already on turn 14.
It was like last round or something.
Judge, can I shuffle Loam back into my deck? Or it's a different game, essentially.
Imagine playing this and not like going fast playing it. So they sword the Uro, which I don't care because
yeah, no, you have another Uro. Like, as long as you have one, I think it's fine.
Yeah, but they do get Lantern, which is a bit scary. Because I'm actually gonna deck, which is also an issue. Never mind the whole damage thing here.
So do you trade with one of these? No, I guess not.
No, I just go end of turn. If they don't play anything, I can go Snapcast or Dress Down. Oh, sorry, never mind. I think I go Snap Iteration on my turn or whatever.
Just to force the Lantern activation, right?
Yeah, but I force this, obviously. Sure. Yeah, Uro.
Oh, so if you Uro, it also forces the Lantern activation. Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, you can just escape the Uro again, which I think is also fine. No, you have Plow, Snap, Plow to try to clean up the board.
Yeah, and I can just clean the board because they shrink, which is nice. Yeah, and Lantern also shrink the tokens, so that's good. Now if they just attack, yeah, so they just go wild, Plow the 4/4. Yeah, snap. Wow. I'm not gonna leave up. Like I think I take the damage here because. Oh, I don't. Okay. I plow the knight because this just
Yeah,
becomes a
sure.
1/1.
No,
I
I
don't
think
care
this is
about it.
good. I mean, like,
They have another saga though.
okay,
They
well,
never
now you
stop.
have Jace,
Now we
but
found their win con.
I mean, you also need to use, like, I think there is a danger of you decking out, to be fair.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, so you
but
probably want to trade the endurance for the collateral by this point.
I actually have another endurance in my deck, and I can balance the endurance with Jace too.
Sure.
So there's that. Yeah, and here I think
Yeah, oh, you didn't
I
trade.
just I think it yeah because it attacked Jace, so I was but Jace takes one. That's totally fine. Knight is kind of annoying, but not that annoying. I think. Didn't find anything, so I think I brainstorm. Yeah, I want a way to kill the knight, basically.
Sure. How many ways do you
Um,
actually have left to kill Knight in your deck, though? Like, you should check the exile.
1, 2, 3, 4. I have three,
You have three. Okay,
basically.
that's actually
So
like
out of
you
yeah,
have a 14 card deck.
yeah, that's like
Okay,
what
sure.
like
That's basically infinite. I think this is a game where you're gonna actually loop endurances while you kill them, which is kind of funny to think about.
yeah, this game's gonna go long, really long. They're
I mean,
gonna
you're also trying to make sure you're ahead on clock, right? Because it's
yeah.
it's actually very important in this matchup.
Oh yeah, this game is gonna go to clock for sure. Like the match. That's
Mm-hmm.
my thinking. So they get another saga, so we're gonna continue playing that game. Yeah, just that.
Yeah, because it doesn't have death touch anymore.
So I draw kill the knight, which is great. Play that. I don't think I wanna. I don't know why I attacked here. I just like.
What
Well,
is
there's absolutely no reason to not to attack actually.
I guess
I mean,
you might get into a situation where you have to like actually kill them instead of trying to deck them.
yeah.
Yeah, I see.
So I hard cut force here. I think yeah, hard cut. I think their last card is just a land or whatever, something bad.
Probably because if you just track the cards, it would make sense. Yeah.
So here I see my deck. It's a bunch of fetch land, which is bad. A bunch of card draws and like 2 removal spells. So my deck is actually not good.
So I don't think you can actually win with Uro anymore, right?
No, but what I want to do is like remove the bad cards with Uro, and then I can endurance back the good cards to my
Sure.
deck, like 4 swords and dress down.
Yep.
And Snapcaster Mage.
Whereas like all of the cantrips and shit are like not very good anymore, honestly.
Yeah.
So
And like remove another Uro, for example.
sure. This is kind of a funny game. Like this is like 7-dimensional thinking that only happens in weird drawn out mid-range mirrors, right?
Yeah. So they're gonna make tokens. Now it depends what they can get, which they don't have another target, which is just good info.
Well, so they went through Lantern, Foundry, Aether, Spellbomb. That's 3, right? That's actually a lot of targets. So
yeah, I mean in the 80 card deck, so I don't know if it's a lot. I do endurance here just.
Oh, that's interesting. And then you shuffle.
Oh, I endurance here because most of my graveyard was good, so and then I shuffle it back in.
Okay, sure. I think that's fine.
I think I'm just gonna try and Jace them out, and I think what happened here? No. Okay, basically, I think the
okay. So
I just Jace them out.
Okay, so I think what you can do is just close MTGO, restart it, and it should fix things. Like close it all the way because it sometimes gets like this.
Okay.
All right. We'll also ignore your whatever that was.
It's a bunch of medicine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you are Dr. Trunks 132. You used to be Trunks 123, but something happened. You leveled up, I guess.
No, I just like opened a bunch of accounts.
Well, 132 is greater than 123, so it's like it's your level up account.
Well, you're the math guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the important thing there, I think I was up 2 minutes. That's the only important thing in the game.
Well, it's also important that you won, right? Because if you lost, it's
actually no. I think I lost that game. I'm pretty sure I lost.
Oh, so you don't think you chased them out?
No, I don't remember how it went down, but I'm almost positive I lost game one. Yeah, because I
Oh,
think if I
interesting.
remember correctly, like the scoreboard was showing like 1-1-0
Well, in
or
the game
something like that.
history, it doesn't actually show you the scoreboard. So
No, no, but we can. That was round
yeah,
5.
yeah, but no. Oh, I
I can
see.
just go like to the end of the game like real quick just to be sure.
Okay, sure. I mean, just
So
hit
like,
the fast forward button a bunch of times.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Blah blah blah. And then it's gonna take a while too
yeah,
because
because yeah,
game took forever.
speed magic, sort of.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe you lost this round then, because it was only a
Not gonna
2 game
spoil it.
match. Yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers. I guess it depends on what happened this game.
I'm pretty sure I lost this game one. That's how, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this was well, I definitely won a match.
Okay.
Um, and I think I lost
Oh,
game
okay.
one.
So no spoilers. No
Yeah.
spoilers. Oh Christ, this is gonna take forever. Uh,
High quality content here.
high quality seeing cards go in and out of different zones at high speed. You love to see it
Imagine
or
playing
something.
this game. Like,
Oh, I played a lot of matches like this in my life, honestly, but you
yeah,
know.
me too. Especially playing all these grindy decks, but like,
Yeah, if you
I
play
don't
any
know.
grindy deck, it just looks like this at some point. And when you play a grindy
Yeah,
mirror, like
you're kind of used to it. But I mean,
specifically when there's a
I'm
ton of
old.
specifically when there's a ton of life gain, it's actually more likely to look like this, I think, as well.
Yeah,
Because like
for
it's actually
sure.
hard to kill someone. Like how much
Oh
life did you
yeah.
gain off of Ur this game? Probably like 20,
I
21.
mean, Uro and Sword to Plowshare like gave me 12 life
Yeah, sure. So
and stuff like that. Jeez, even through fast forward, we're still into like 10 turns
yeah,
from
I
the
mean
actual.
this you still have like to get to the board state we were at is like 8 more turns.
I just want to make sure. I don't remember if I won or lost. That's the only thing I
Yeah,
actually
it's kind
care
of
about.
crazy to just yeah, if you
But it,
want to play this deck, chat, and you're not used to this stuff, may I recommend practicing your MTGO time mechanics
oh yeah,
because like it doesn't really work otherwise.
yeah. Or be like Anurag. He always goes to time and somehow wins. I don't know.
I've seen him time out a lot too. So I don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
probably. I don't know. Okay, we're getting close. Okay. Yeah, that blah blah. Yeah, we've been here before. Brainstorm. Okay. Jesus Christ.
You knew what would happen when that happened.
Yeah. Okay. I think we were here a bit closer to this.
Yeah, just see what
Sitting.
happens. Like, you know.
Yeah. From here, don't really care too much. I just want to see like, yeah. Okay. Blah blah. Okay.
You actually get behind on time, like right here.
Yeah, but he's playing slow. That's kind of important. He plays a bit slower.
Okay.
And like I've been playing Magic Online forever, so I don't think I've timed out in a long time. Like
Maybe if your internet goes
easily.
out and you lose like 5 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I can time out a Magic Online anymore. Yeah, I should not have played stuff even. It's just like plus Jace attack.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Snap. Fourth. Okay, so they're on nothing
I
basically.
think you win this game then. I don't really see how you could lose.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I think I win. 8 ball in and yeah. Okay. It's I mean that's one way to lose.
Well, you plowed it, so it's like
Yeah, Wasteland Caracas. Okay. But like I have Jace on 10, so 12 now. And they're drawing Prismatic Vista. So yeah, I do win this game. And now we're just like F6ing basically. If you saw him here. Yeah, F6. Okay.
it's impossible to tell, but yeah. They're
I
trying
know,
to
you can see.
yeah, oh, I see. Now they're just
Yeah,
trying to
he just F
get they're trying to get a
um,
time advantage
Yeah.
for the match, which is,
Yeah.
that's just, this is a semi-game within a game. All right, I
Yeah.
guess
Okay.
let's look at game two. I think I
Which,
know
by
what's
the
going
way,
to
I
happen.
don't blame him because I mean this is a PTQ.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
this
Use
is
all of
not
your
your.
resources. If your opponent is
Yeah.
exploitable in that way, that's on them.
Yeah. This is not like I would never do this in a league or whatever because that's waste of my own time.
Yeah.
So sideboarding I was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I don't want the blast because I didn't see blue cards almost.
Mhm.
I don't want. I should have probably left him some amount of fawns, but not a lot because
Yeah, I agree.
He's a really heavy creature deck. I didn't even see Sylvan Library at all.
All right.
I did cite in one Staticaster just because birds and Ice Fangs and I don't know. You can kill maybe some Saga tokens if you get lucky.
It actually clears out all of the servos as well if you catch them
exactly.
down.
Foundry. So I think one
Sure.
Staticaster was fine.
Sure.
I cited in endurances, Hull Breachers, because I mean I did see Brainstorm, Ponder, Uro, so Hull Breachers.
So
great.
my question to you is, and I don't know how you feel about it versus Honor versus other people. I kind of feel like one meltdown is often okay to have as well instead of a dress down because of Retrofitter Foundry.
So I used to have meltdown in the side only basically against the 8-cast deck, like the 4-thought cast.
Sure.
But I played against it in a challenge the week before this PTQ, and I crushed it without drawing the meltdown because you just had like 4 Pyroblast, 4 Prismatic Ending, and it felt like kind of joke post sideboard. Like they have to have a crazy hand to beat you, and a meltdown just kind of felt like overkill.
Okay.
So I felt like I wanted to shore up harder matchups. That's why like I brought Surgical and Veil against Reanimator. But yeah, meltdown in this matchup would be great, obviously.
Okay, that makes sense to me. If the matchup's already good, why even bother with more cards?
Yeah, because meltdown is such a narrow card. I'd rather have Force of Vigor, just play like lands against lands.
Oh,
if I
sure.
play you, for example, whatever.
Whatever. I'll just farm you with my Spell Pierces.
Sure.
Spell Pierce is a lot better when no one expects it as well as
you do know I beat JPA, by the way, in that challenge top 8.
Okay, fine. All right.
But I got lucky, and I think I don't know what hands he has. I would actually be interested in asking him. So this hand's great. There's not much to say. Like pretty easy keep. How you sequence it is interesting.
Well, I'm always plowing that Dryad Arbor. Oh,
really? I don't know. I think like the Dryad Arbor. The reason I don't plow it is because I want to plow, like, for example, Knight.
Oh, I see. If you had another removal spell in hand, would you plow it?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I see. It's actually kind of dangerous to burn your only one removal spell because you only have exactly one. Okay.
So here, now there's no reason to plow it because he already has mana.
Well, also they didn't play a 3-drop on turn 2, so
he doesn't have it. I don't know what he has. Like, oh, he has Ice Fang here for sure, which is fine. Also, like, time is a thing. So
sure, you have to make all of your decisions quickly.
Yeah,
exactly. Once you decide not to plow it, that's fine. Like whatever, just stick to it.
Knight is whatever.
So yeah, obviously you brainstorm first. Oh, the Staticaster looks excellent here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And no, I think it just makes it. I hadn't thought about it, but if you have to kill a lot of their stuff, and a lot of them are X1s, it actually makes sense to have a Staticaster.
Yeah. So now I just slammed the Staticaster, kill the Dryad.
Yep.
Now, like, he has to sword it, which is great. But if he didn't have a sword, it nullifies tons of his draws now. Like, even Saga here is just not that, like, interesting.
I was actually thinking about if you were supposed to force the plow, but I think that's a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, I'm totally fine with swording that. I got my 2-for-1, so it's okay.
Sure.
So I wasteland the only green source here, which is kind of nice too.
Yep.
Now I'm just like praying, like, play Brainstorm. That's play your brain.
I agree with waiting. I think I would just play it slow and try to like make sure we don't get blown out.
He forces this. I Brainstorm. Oh, I think I'm not really sure. Did I cite in?
You didn't cite any blasts or flusters, so like that's
I don't know.
right?
I think I should not have. I think I wanted to Brainstorm in case just to see if I want to force this, because
Sure. I guess you're
Living
casting Grants.
Library does,
Yeah,
yeah, gets me ahead. I do force it, pitch dress down.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because Snapcaster is better, but he does have the ending, which whatever, it's fine.
Also, look at the mana.
Yeah, his mana is terrible.
And
Like,
keep in mind, this deck has Urza Saga and Bojuka Bog. Oh, and
yeah,
another Sylvan makes
yeah,
this look so good for us.
yeah, exactly. And like he's like so far off this Uro.
Right.
Yeah, he's just gonna cycle this Lantern.
Endurance is pretty good too.
Yeah, now I just pay 4. Now I think yeah, just Endurance here. Because he doesn't have blue, like triple snow.
Mm-hmm.
Now just Iteration.
And yeah, now you're really far ahead. I'm not sure I would have plowed that actually, but
yeah, I don't think I should have.
I mean, I think you're just looking at your clock, right? Like, and you just want to do things fast.
That's the only thing I
fine.
care about.
That's fine. I understand that. You know, I think people have to understand. Like, people complain about timing out, but I'm just like, this is part of the client. This is what you signed up for when you signed up for Magic Online.
It's fine. It's like it's your way of making sure you don't slow play like in real life, so it's fine. I think it's fine here.
Agreed.
I think he plays Carpet, which is a bit annoying, but I'm really trying to understand what he has in hand. I really don't know. Could be just
probably Green Sun Zenith. And yeah. Well, no, just Green Sun Zenith in general. There's no plows.
Has a plow.
Yeah,
I don't know. Oh, yeah, Knight is fine. Loam back, Rainforest, okay.
Kind of hard to figure out what they have in hand when they play an 80 card deck as well. So like, I don't blame you.
But like, I guess his hand was a bunch of green cards because he was missing greens.
So yeah, it makes sense. And the Carpet unlocks all of them at once, which is kind of insane if you think about it.
So yeah, now just get rid of the Carpet.
And then
snap Prismatic. I think just get rid of the Knight.
Yep. And it's kind of hard for them to threaten you, like, is the other thing. Right? Like you just kind of
they're really low on resources. They also have a Leovold.
Yeah, no, you saw Bayou in game 1.
Yeah, exactly. So they forced that, which I'm actually fine with. Like their hand is 1 card, Loam Knight. So I think that was kind of weird attack.
I don't like it really.
But yeah. Yeah, I should not have done that. So they get Yori to hands.
They didn't loam back to bog your Uro?
No, I think they dredged it.
Yeah, no. But if you
yeah, it does.
That's worse than just putting bog in your hand, bogging you, I think.
Yeah, that they should have bogged me for sure. Because now I just like
now it's just like
I shuffled that. I don't know why. I think I was just searching for a way to kill a Knight, basically.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, because now I Uro, get back swords. And now I feel like this game is...
Yeah, I mean, I do not think you can time out.
Yeah, but they get Caracas, so like the Uro is less relevant. And they still have Loam, so they can start... And their Loam dredge was great. Like dreading
so
Uro there with...
you could have Endurance them draw step actually, just pitching the Uro, but I don't think it's worth it. I
don't really care about it because I have Hull Breacher. So.
Sure. Yeah.
They
have to kill your Breacher first,
and it's taking them time, which is kind of funny.
Yo, we have a rare Brett Blackman sighting.
Brett?
I haven't seen that name in like a long time.
Yeah. So yeah, we just Endurance his whole crazy graveyard here. I think he should have Uro'd that turn, by the way. I don't know why he loaned.
Well, so I mean, I guess their thought process was Uro doesn't do anything except give you a treasure, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, I think they're kind of hoping you time out, but you have so much power in play that I don't think you'll time out before you kill them like almost ever. It's just
exactly that's why I think they should have Uro'd, because they also have Caracas to protect it. Sure. So that's also a thing. And Uro gains them life, so it's hard for me to kill them that way. Now the Knight is whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna kill them. They bog you, who cares? Like, none of this matters.
So they have carpet on top, which I don't really remember what I did.
I
Not
don't.
use.
I
Okay,
don't
so
think you. I don't think you should bottom it because look at how much
yeah,
money they already have, right? Like, who
yeah,
cares?
exactly. But like it does fix their mana in a way because
Sure,
their mana
whatever.
is really awkward here. But I I think I knew some card in their hand. I don't know which one, but
It's hard to track,
like
especially if you're playing really fast. Like,
yeah. What happened to the knight?
it,
Oh,
you
I plowed
plowed
it.
it. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I was kind of
I think you're just in the mode that you're like, I have to finish this before I time out.
yeah,
And like,
exactly.
if you just attack for 8, it's good, and you know they're drawing Carpet of Flowers. It's like a relevant card, so I think this all
Yeah.
makes sense.
So now, yeah, they
They're just
play
casting
Yorion.
Yorion with the Caracas up. That's fine. You just Jace bounce it and try to kill them,
Exactly.
and you have Force.
Yeah,
So what can
yeah.
really go wrong? Like not very much.
Nah, exactly.
Well,
So
a good old fashioned. You probably had to go to the bathroom and get a drink of water after that one, right?
yeah, I think I was not the last one too, by the way. I'm pretty sure.
So then you have some time to rest. Not much
Exactly.
time, but some. Which
That
is
was the
important skill.
best thing in this match. So that was a crazy match. His deck was wild. I don't even know what to say about it, but it was
So
kind of cool.
you didn't time anyone out. You actually just beat him in 2 games straight up while getting close to timing out yourself. But
yeah, timing out was on the challenge the week after.
okay, so
yeah,
spoiler for everyone: this person
Yeah.
won the Magic Online qualifier that this was, but we don't know what happened in this match.
So this is a really known username to any Legacy
Yeah.
player. He's a Death and Taxes professional.
Yep.
Like he's a master of that deck, and obviously 80 cards, so 80 card Yorion Death and Taxes.
Mm-hmm.
The matchup is kind of wild. I wouldn't say it's good or bad.
It's just
and
kind
this hand
of
is actually great. Like
this is an excellent hand versus Death and Taxes because you have a stable mana base. You have Sylvan, you have a card advantage, or you have a plow as well. So
the only way this hand is really, really bad if they go like Vial into
Spirit of the Labyrinth.
Yeah, or that, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but I do have swords for it. But if they go like Mother of Runes into Spirit,
I mean, there's a lot of ways that can go wrong for you. But they have no one drop instead.
Land go, which is great.
I think they probably know if like looking at your like results that you're likely to just play some slow blue decks, so that expands the range of hands that they can keep, right?
Yeah, he knows me for sure. Like we've played a bunch of times. So yeah, here I don't want to ponder because there's no reason to expose it to Wasteland. And the way like if he goes for example Stoneforge Mystic, so I can Swords it and then play Library.
Yeah, agreed.
Which is exactly or Spirit of the Labyrinth, for example.
Sure, and like I think you just have to kill all two because of Culture Complete. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this card changed this deck so much. Like
yeah, I remember when people said people were like, "Why would you play that over Barraskull?" And the answer is, "Why don't you just play both?" Just like I think people just
have you read this card? Like this card is crazy.
Well, it's 3 equipments in one. That's why because it's sword, helm, and shield of Culture. So that's why.
So not wrong one.
Yeah.
So now just go. I am flooding out a bit, which is a bit annoying.
That's fine. It's fine as long as this doesn't die or you don't get.
Yeah, but him drawing a second Stoneforge is really good for him. Because now I have to kill it basically. Find a way to kill it. He gets Jitte, by the way, which is probably the worst equipment in this matchup. So.
But that tells you something about their hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think he had like Batterskull in hand, probably if
Sophie
he plays
Sword
of Fire Knights, or else I don't know. So
sure. I think the deduction is probably Batterskull's in hand.
Yeah,
so that's not great, honestly. And this is a matchup where I don't think you can like willy-nilly pay 8 without something going on.
And there's absolutely no reason because it was a Sylvan Library, so a second one. So what I think
you should basically ponder shuffle, then like actually it's kind of complicated how you're you really wish this was on a Taiga now, I think.
Yeah, I think last turn, I mean this is the only sequencing that would make this Taiga and not drop bad. If I drew like Brainstorm and not a removal spell and I have to dig for it. Which I mean I could have drawn Iteration, for example, and then the drop would look awkward. So this turn, I think what I want to do is kind of maybe fetch land, crack it, ponder, and then it gives me the most, like the highest amount of looks for removal spell.
Sure.
Which I think it's what I did.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, I just pondered. Okay, yeah, that was a mistake. I should have fetched because it's like I know one of the cards is bad. So
yeah.
Um,
But now you shuffle. Oh, Snap Character is not bad, but yeah, now you can't improve.
it's
this
okay
turn.
because we kill the Cauldron token, so we continue playing.
Yeah.
But Cauldron is on board is really bad for me
because then
I mean,
the
they
equip
could-
7 actually matters versus you. I think is the
Yeah.
actual reality of it, which
Yeah.
is it sounds like a meme, but it's not actually a meme because that means every creature you actually have to kill on site.
Yeah, it's actually really relevant. Like
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's how I lose the game against Death and Taxes always now these days.
Because they just get to 7 and
yeah, so now he gets that.
Now you definitely agree. Ooh, a plow is pretty good.
Yeah. So we can upkeep, kill the spirit. So we get a library going still.
You're really low on life though, but I mean, I guess that's just kind of how it is. And then you're planning on snap plowing the germ token on their turn, I assume. Yeah, the Stoneforge living that turn was really bad for you, obviously. Like,
yeah, it's basically the way I'm gonna lose this game. Like, this 7 mana is easily achievable. He already has 5, so.
And like at some point, if they draw lands or spells and they're happy about it, it's kind of a disaster for you. Like, what are you even hoping for them to draw that's not good for them, right?
Only lands or vials.
Well, but okay, sure. Oh, and this is also really bad because it like resets the Cauldron. And it's such an obvious play to make, obviously, because you spent removal on that germ.
Yeah. So he's not gonna miss it. This guy's a master of the deck. He's not missing.
Well, I mean, this is also like a very basic play, I think.
Yeah. So. I mean, and also he probably doesn't have any more targets against Stoneforge because the Jitte is in hand. The Batterskull is probably in the hand.
I would bet a lot of money that Batterskull is in hand. I would bet a large sum of money.
Oh, for sure. So I kept Dress down.
Yeah, it's like
absolutely no. I think it's okay to keep it. Like the 4 life doesn't matter that much because I have a swords plus Snapcaster can block the flicker with Dress down. Right. But yeah, so he does have the Batterskull, shocker. Okay. I think. Oh, what I can do here is actually Sanctuary back a swords, and then sword the 2 tokens, dress down, and block.
So that reduces them to just a Stoneforge and hope they don't have anything.
Yeah. Anything. I mean, they have 2 cards. One of them is a Jitte, which doesn't do anything.
Sure. You might actually get out of this one, which is kind of wild if you think about it.
It's going to take them drawing a bunch of Aether Vials and lands. And I still need to kill this Stoneforge.
Right.
Like, this guy is... Oh, and they have Yorion, right. They still have Yorion, because they're Yorion deck. That's another creature I have to kill. Okay, draw Prismatic Ending. Sadly, cannot ending for 7.
I mean, you can ending for 7. I don't think it's going to do very much. Yeah, is how I should put it.
We should talk to Mark Rosler to add 2 more colors. I remember they wanted to add another color one time. Here I do like Escape Rural. They can equip, but I can take 1 hit.
Yeah, no, I like this because now if they don't have Plow, you have a chance of turning it around with your engine card.
But the thing is, they Yorion. But Yorion isn't that annoying because I have ending for the token of the Cauldron, and I don't really care about the token of Batterskull that much.
Sure. No, the danger is obviously if they tap 7 mana, equip 1 to the other. Yeah. Jace is actually a really good draw because it kills the other token as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just hope they double block this Uro.
I don't think that's ever going to happen.
There's like 0% chance they do. Yeah, they don't. Obviously.
Yeah, of course not. Like, I mean, them taking 6 damage does not matter. Like,
the thing is, I kind of need to kill this. Like, I need to kill everything. That Yorion there was only good because like put 2 more creatures on the board.
I mean, it wasn't Moldrifter, but it was like make 2 creatures. It was like Cloud Goat Ranger, which is not a bad card.
Pretty much, yeah. This
Hmm.
doesn't do much. Yeah, just Jace.
Yeah, I
I
think you
think.
just have to burn the Jace on the
Yeah,
token, and
bounce
then
the token.
so 5. Even if they draw land and equip, it's still not lethal, so it's fine.
Yeah, but they
Oh,
draw a
but that's
recruiter.
that's bad. I mean,
Yeah, because I guess Skyclave,
yeah,
which
and
kills the
then
hero.
yeah, everything's falling apart. Things were already falling apart.
I basically lost this game once I couldn't kill the second Stoneforge.
Yeah, I mean, agreed.
Because the whole game was around this cauldron now. Like everything else almost didn't matter. Which is how this game goes usually against Death and Taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Like post this is MH2. Um I remember it got printed and everybody was like, should we play it in Death and Taxes? I'm like, yeah, you should.
Well, also I think the better T players like tried it, and the first time they like got it versus a combo deck, they're like, this card's incredible because like
Yeah.
Batterskull is slow versus combo as well. But even
Yeah.
like you would think it's not that good versus this matchup because you have so much removal, and the reality is, well, I mean, you don't always have 7 removal spells for everything, so that's what happened this game.
It's the best card in this matchup,
yeah. Yep.
by far.
I can buy that.
Without it, this like I would probably win this game even if this was any other card almost.
Yeah, if it was like any other equipment, you'd be absolutely fine, and then.
Yeah, I mean, Sword of Fire and Ice would be annoying too, but I can prismatic ending that.
You can ending that one, so like.
Yeah, exactly.
I would also like to note they haven't drawn the 7th land to equip, but that also just means they're just drawing spells. So you're dying to other shit. So like.
Commando, which is cool, nice little tech.
Yeah, I think a lot of people play it. They play 1 obviously because it's pretty good at, killing stuff.
So Brainstorm not a bad draw because these Force of Negations are terrible.
Are awful? Yeah.
Yeah, so I can shuffle.
Oh, that's not good though.
Yeah, but I needed to shuffle back like a lane so I can.
Yeah, agreed. I also think attacking is correct because you just have to get something going because the Mother of Runes will kill you as well. Like,
this does nothing.
Shuffle. I think it has to be shuffle. It has to be shuffle into iteration for 2 removal spells, right?
Actually, I did not shuffle. Okay, I don't know why. I think I know what I did. What I want to do is bounce this Yoran and counter it on the way back.
Sure.
Yeah, so they equip that. That's fine. If that's their turn, that's totally fine by me. I also need to get rid of this Mother of Runes somehow.
But now you can't really. Like, you have to use 2 removal spells on it, right?
Well, I can just draw dress down too, but.
Oh wait, God damn it! Is it like a dress down rules question? I guess it does remove the protection because you have to use protection. No, you have to use protection in response to a dress down, otherwise.
Yeah, and then it removes all of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. That shit always like fucks with my head. I have to think about it every time.
Yeah, no, dress down is a really complicated card.
So I think you have to shuffle. Yeah, you have to shuffle the plows back in because the density of removal in your deck is low. So
yeah. I think I know my top. Yeah, I know my 2 top cards, which are not great. So that's also an issue.
So do you attack and hope to trade or something? Oh.
No, because now I can like Caracas Bakaru, for example, if they attack or. But if they draw land, I'm basically dead.
Yeah. Oh. Whoa! They didn't equip.
Yeah, because they want to go for Yorion plan, and they didn't even. They just let me get a 3/3, which doesn't do much.
I don't. With the Mother of Runes, I think it's actually pretty safe to equip, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was a bit of a mistake there from them because now like they gave me an out. Like
now you get to force this. Like then they have to spend
their turn.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't like that play.
I think if I were them, I would just equip and be like, "Do you have 2 plows? Because if you don't, you're dead." And it's like pretty hard for you to have 2 plows. So I think that worked out very, very, very well for you, right there.
But it still didn't work out well.
I mean, yes, because now they're gonna if they just draw lands, they'll just spend all their mana equipping. Yeah, because now the same thing happens next turn, and it's still problematic.
Yeah, so we're dead. Okay. The only card that mattered was Calder. It's a crazy card, really.
Yeah, I mean, it was a mistake for them, but I think also they couldn't really you couldn't really get out of the situation you were in.
Yeah. So sideboarding.
You took out Fawns. You sided in Is It Static Casters.
Yeah, 2 Statecasters and just took out Fawn basically. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Yep. Like I think Endurance is not even that good against them, so no reason to fight in the third one.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I think people are like, yeah, it blocks all of their shit. And I'm like, does it really? Like, I think you usually lose to equipment. Like,
yeah. And like their shit is not shit. It's actually good creatures.
Well, sort of. If you removed all of the text from their creatures would be awful. But all of their creatures have text, so like it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah, got a mulligan to 1 land wasteland hand, and this hand is fine. It's not great.
Are you shipping the second Brainstorm?
I think I think I shipped the Force.
Yeah, because you're low on cards and you don't want to like 2 for 1. Yeah, I think that makes sense as well. Obviously, if they have Vial, well, that's kind of annoying.
That's annoying for sure, especially with my terrible Brainstorm.
Oh no. Well.
Now we just pray.
Rage?
I don't know to who, but we pray.
Rage.
But yeah, we're playing this. Now he's playing the Risham board game, which is actually my hand.
Your hand's okay versus that. Like,
yeah, I don't mind this. Like, if he's gonna go turn 1 Mother and then start porting me, and I can hit my land drops, that's fine. Like, I can play this game. I think I shuffled because I knew my top.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I do Brainstorm because I think to use the mana here.
Sure.
Which actually turned out okay.
I'm not sure I would have done that actually, but it did work out well for you.
Yeah. I think I really wanted to hit a land drop.
Yep.
And then, I mean, it just turned out okay. I drew library, but other than that, it was kind of weird play. It does make them to use Skyclave, which is that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, this library was good, but it wasn't that important to be honest.
So I think the way you escape Mother of Runes this game is probably Is It Static Caster at some point.
So like, or Dress Down.
Oh, sure. I keep Dress Down is just... what
Dress Down is everything.
Yeah,
great.
It's like,
yeah, here you just iteration, hope to hit a land, which this is basically perfect. Like Force of Will is exactly what I want to. Yeah, I think I just get Trop and Ponder. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should just spam all of your cantrips as much as possible.
This is also great. Because Loam is like the anti-port card, and the second Uro is good because I can pitch it to Force if I want to.
Right.
The only card I'm looking for now is basically Staticaster or Dress Down. That's it.
I think Staticaster would be better because it's just like repeatable and like makes it really annoying for them. But
Staticaster is actually insane against Death and Taxes.
I mean, Staticaster is good for all of those decks that look like that. It's just like universally good. And I agree with forcing because if you don't force it, then like the Mother of Runes like fucks you essentially.
Yeah, no, this is easy force. Yeah, because then I basically lose the game almost.
Is your top card Loam? I don't remember.
I think no, it's Ponder. Okay, that's fine because now I can Ponder
into the Loam back 3 lands and ending the Vial, right?
Yeah, which exactly what happens.
Also makes them wasting you look a lot worse. Obviously, they didn't know this was going to happen. That's fine for them, but
Loam is one of the best cards in this matchup because it makes all his mana denial cards just really not important, and also Loam wastelanding them is actually a thing.
Well, especially with Saga Port Waste or Saga Port Crocus.
I don't think he plays Saga. A lot of lists, I don't think he does, but like they have Caracas, Ports, yeah. But yeah, if they play Saga, it's even better, of course. They play Sanctify on 2
because of the Loam, I guess.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Which is funny.
But also,
it doesn't even stop Snapcaster Mage, right?
Also, I think what's going on there is they probably have a bunch of Vials and like Plows in their hand, maybe.
But it stopped Dress Down too, which is a bit annoying.
So now you're only on Staticaster to get rid of that Mother of Runes, really, right?
I could also Snapcaster Plow, for example, and I don't know, like if I go Snapcaster block Plow, like they can't protection this because I just plow it.
Sure.
So basically, yeah, uh, yeah, no reason to obviously dredge.
Mhm.
Also, Uro is a thing now, which is important.
So you have to
I,
snap plow this line if you want to.
I don't have a plow, so
Or sorry, I see.
but just like in the future, I can take hits now. It's not relevant because of
it,
Uro.
also one thing with the preload on 2, you know you're not going to get ripped, which is actually kind of a big deal, right?
Yeah.
They got
They do
another
get
sky.
Skyclave.
Sure.
Yeah, which is a bit annoying, I would say for sure. Gotta find something. Do find Sword, which is just probably the best card I could draw.
Mhm.
I actually don't mind like throwing here. Sure, they can Skyclave, but I think if I draw a blue card, I can force it.
Mhm.
If I don't, I might pitch Snapcaster to force. I drew Wasteland, which is perfect
Oh,
because they
then
didn't have a
yeah, but now yeah, now they need a land to just
yeah,
even do the Skyclave thing. Obviously, if it's
exactly.
Caracas, it's like a little bit annoying because you're like, well, then what do you do? But
If
I
they
think this is.
sandbag Caracas, that would be I'll
I don't
be
think they've
super.
sandbagged it. Like it's pretty
No,
hard for them to sandbag it.
now I need to draw Static Caster like ASAP almost, just because double Mother Rune is really annoying.
Yeah, I always attack here too. Like, of course they can
Oh yeah,
block,
for sure.
but whatever.
Here they made a huge mistake, I think. Like
I don't like that. Like,
like
why do you have to be so aggressive? Like, you should just let the thing die. I think I would just not block personally,
yeah, they
right?
could take 6. They're at 21. Just take 6. Like I think that's a huge mistake, and I was kind of shocked from that. I was like, What's happening here? Like, why would you do that?" Um, I don't know. I think that's a huge mistake. Like now, I can just prismatic ending this and this, for example, and they're on nothing. Like they have 3
And you have
cards.
a
One of
force
them is
behind. Yeah, I
yeah,
that is a little bit of a head scratcher. I think that is probably a mistake. Well,
yeah. I think that was a huge mistake that game. Yeah, sure, your guy lives, whatever. Now I think yeah, just Snapcaster ending, the Mother of Runes, and I think from here this game's almost over.
yeah, it's very easy now because now there are no Mother Rune shields. Sure, you have a
But he had all 4, which is funny.
yeah, but like I think now you have a window to draw the thing, as
Yeah,
well, and you have a lot of
consideration.
looks at it. So
No, but he has prelate on 2, so I can't cast it.
oh, never mind. So I guess now it's just Uro versus the world.
Yeah, I try to
Oh,
cast it, but
I
like
see. And
can't.
then you remembered that Druid actually has
Yeah,
text. Okay.
I tried to, and now like oh right.
I mean, it gives away some of your hand, but whatever, that's fine.
Yeah,
And now you just
but
hardcast Force.
yeah,
So this is going to be a very grindy game again.
but like I'm drawing 2 cards a turn, and he's not gonna beat me down obviously because of Uro. And I don't think he can now. He can start tapping these a bit. But now I kind of need to draw like both now static casters or like
Yep.
now this game's kind of weird, yeah. Because he drew again double Mother of Runes, but drawing 2 white spells also good because now I kill one of the Mother of Runes.
Yeah, and I would immediately trade 2 white spells
I
for
can
a.
also kill this guy now too. Not really sure
Oh,
what's better.
I see.
I think killing the Mother of Runes is better because 2 Mother of Runes on the board is really annoying.
Agreed.
And again, I still have Force backup, so he can't do anything really crazy. I mean,
Mhm.
eventually I'll get rid of this card. It's not that important. Like I can draw. Yeah, this is
And this is why they
yeah,
put it on 2 instead of 1. This is
yeah,
like another reason why they did that, I think.
exactly. Also, Vile. They could not
Sure,
cast
yeah,
Vile.
yeah, exactly.
But I think the whole game was them blocking and protecting that 1/1 basically. Because
Like,
imagine
yeah,
them having 4 Mother Runes on the board.
I think
I
you're
don't
like,
think
yeah,
I don't think I can beat that because this locks dress down and then them having 4 Mother Runes. I think I need to have like both static casters and like a lot of removal in hand.
yep, and eventually they can just like triple block or something to kill your or draw Caracas. Like,
Yeah, but yeah, I think that play was the really important play of this game. Yeah, the trash down does nothing. Also, this block is just, for me, it's wild.
I think
I don't know.
by this point, I think it's okay for them to do that after the last
Yeah.
turn where they did that and Roy didn't get punished as well.
And I think also like one Mother of Ruins is I can deal with, so I think it's fine protecting their life total.
Mm-hmm.
But uh, I think eventually I draw something out of this, or just
No,
also
you'll
drop.
eventually draw like.
Oops, I kind of
Okay.
went fast.
Yeah, no, this is fine.
All right. So yeah, eventually I kill the I kill the
Yeah.
Skyglade, the Sanctum Prelate, and then just I can cast my iteration,
Yeah.
get another source, kill the Mother of Ruins, and I think from here this game is done.
I mean, they
Like,
never actually drew a Karakas, which I think is actually the way that they could have gotten back into this.
yeah, exactly. But even that, I have Lone plus Wasteland in my
Sure.
graveyard. So
Right.
once I killed the Prelate, I think this game's done. Yeah, just I'm not really sure. Oh, I do Loam. Okay, Wasteland that. Sword that, so I draw a card off Uro. Oh, and now I draw
Oh,
Static.
okay. And yeah, that probably locks it up. Like,
Yeah, this game's over. This game's really. I mean, he's also. Yeah, he's screwed. Which was actually kind of nice of him because I was lower on time.
only 1 minute
And
behind, but
yeah, these games could easily get to time too.
mhm.
So I think the main turn was him blocking with a 1/1 there and trying to protect it for
Yeah,
some
I
reason.
didn't like that, and it worked out really poorly. Like,
Yeah, because if he had 4 Mother Runes, I think this game would be
I think you might
almost.
die to decking. Actually,
Yeah,
that might actually happen. Like, I'm not
no,
even
I think I
joking.
would not be able to win. Like, I would need both static casters on the board, which is not impossible because I'm drawing 2 cards a turn. And then like draw a bunch of white removals. I mean, it's easily possible to get, but it's still really, really hard to do it.
That's something to think about. If you had one engineered explosives in your deck, it becomes a lot easier. But I don't even know if you want to play that card. It
I
hasn't
used to
aged
play it.
very well. Like
Yeah.
personally.
I used to play it in my old band list,
Mm-hmm.
especially for this matchup in Elves,
Right.
because I didn't splash red, so I had to have some board sweep,
Sure.
like
Right.
for permanent.
Right.
But now, like with prismatic ending, I feel like it's less needed
Oh,
because you
I
just
totally agree with that.
yeah,
Prismatic ending be what. Remember how Kothis used to be like insane versus Bant, and now it's like
exactly.
that
It's
card
like
is
it's
unplayable
a
now.
joke.
It's just
Yeah,
really. Ooh. I mean, reluctant keep, but
yeah.
I'm not going to
Mulligan.
5.
So, nah, I think this hand's fine.
It's
Yeah, I think I
exactly
keep it.
fine. I think. I think it's actually worse
Yeah.
than it looks.
Oh, it's
Be-
way worse.
because like
Because
the
I don't know.
static caster, like if they have Mother of Runes before you get the static caster
Yeah,
down, it doesn't even do anything well. Do you cantrip here?
I think I do because I really want to find another, like more fuel, and I don't want to pitch a static card to the Force of Will. I want to pitch
Sure.
something else. And the only card I'm pitching it for is Stoneford Mystic.
Mhm.
Like obviously, I don't care about any other card. So
This is
this
not
isn't.
bad actually. If you're gonna draw not blue cards, these are fine. I think.
Yeah. I don't. I think I keep for like low prismatic ending, and then I
Sure.
can shuffle away the sanctuary.
Agreed.
Yeah, not sure. And worst case, I can pitch static as if I want to. Like if he, I don't know, plays. I
If it's
don't
a
even know what.
Stoneforge, I think you just let it resolve and ending it.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is a joke.
that one you definitely let resolve because you can just sandbag your removal spell
Static
for it,
right? Yeah. So I
and
shuffle,
you
get
definitely cast
drop.
Loam. Yeah,
Yeah, just to
just
get my mana.
yep. And now your mana set.
They rest in peace, which
I mean,
I'm
that's
kind of fine
fine.
with.
You got
Yeah.
your value out of the card. Like,
Yeah. This loam is done where I don't care about it. Uh
actually,
yeah.
your hand didn't start well. I think now you're actually in fine shape.
Oh,
Like,
I'm ahead for sure.
yeah. Only a little
Like
bit. Like, it
I'm
can
gonna
swing.
ending this eventually because I need to Uro eventually. But I can just we can continue playing.
No
And
attack
look at
is
yeah,
so they don't have a
endurance.
plow in hand. You can deduce that.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Or else they would snap attack, but luckily for me, I
I
just
mean,
have the
like
other
even
quick
if they
one.
attacked, you would just shoot it anyways. So like it's kind of
Oh
irrelevant.
yeah,
So
yeah, no
and
plow, and they yeah whatever. Drop.
so That's kind of
the
funny,
turn
actually.
after. Yeah, because now they probably think I don't have it. I mean, I can still have it, obviously, but
So
um,
you can just play this game really slow, I think, like, and it's gonna
I
work
think I
out.
ending the rest in peace this turn just to get it off the board, so I can start getting my advantage in my graveyard,
Oh,
and
sure,
also
that's fine. Yeah.
I also have Sanctuary to get it back now
Mm.
because I have three blue lands. Skyclave. It's annoying, but whatever. We got our value.
It's a 2-for-1, and if you kill that, you
Yeah,
get an illusion. So,
yeah.
uh, there's also a chance that they just attack into it. I think.
So here I could have not iteration and kept the blue card.
I think I
Um,
would cast the Sylvan Library and just play a fetch.
yeah, I thought about that, but I don't really know why I didn't do that. I'll be honest. But
Okay.
Wasteland here is fine too, because they're low on mana. And got a blue card for force.
They
Like the
missed
thing about
one.
force,
Sorry,
yeah,
they missed one land drop this game. You can tell. So
yeah. The thing about force, there's not too many cards you need to force. Like this one is whatever. Yeah, we'll trade that. I'll take it. Because I have brainstorm, so I have my card advantage a bit. Like I'll take that trade all day.
Plow's a good pickup, obviously. Like it was kind of
Yeah.
scary that you didn't have any removal, obviously. But oh, do you slam Jace?
Nah, I think
No,
I
because you don't have a
slow.
set. You don't have another blue card, right? So
Even though I really don't want to pitch force, like to Jace to force.
you're trying to avoid that,
Yeah.
unless if it's like some emergent. If it's like a Cataclysm or a Gideon,
Yeah, that was
yeah.
what I was gonna say. That's the only card I would force probably. Like even if it's like a Gideon, I don't care too much about Gideon, right? Because I can prismatic ending it.
Well,
Uh,
you don't have an ending in sight, so it might kill
well,
you
I did.
before
I have
that.
Sanctuary.
Oh, right. Never
So,
mind. Okay, so
so
then they get just 1/2/2. If it's Cataclysm, you probably have to force, but no one plays that
yeah,
card anymore.
that's
So
the only card I force, and it's like in his limit. He can easily have it in his sideboard probably. So
I mean, if you expected a lot of this matchup, I would play like one Cataclysm probably. Like,
yeah, but do you play one in an 80 card deck? That's
I mean, sure, it's 180 is not. I mean, it's low, but it's not zero.
yeah. I mean, it's also a really long game, so you
Yeah,
could probably draw
exactly.
it.
So, and then you're likely to draw it when it matters a lot to draw it. I think is the best way
Yeah.
of putting it.
So I think here I just start going pretty much beat down, like
It's
just
fine. I also agree with removing it. Oh
oh,
wait,
I didn't endurance. I don't know why. Okay. Should have endurance just to start hitting in
it,
for six a
if you
turn.
plow that, you should definitely cast endurance. Otherwise, I think it's
Yeah.
like incoherent.
I don't know why,
It,
to be
like the
honest.
other reason to cast endurance is it just gives you more protection for your Jace, right? To just have more blockers.
I'm not really worried about that because I don't think he's gonna be able to kill Jace with damage too
Sure,
often. But
it's
here,
just
yeah, just
Council's judgment, right?
Council Judgment or Skyclave, basically.
Sure, but now you have a lot of permanents that they have to do. I wouldn't attack because of a second Cathar Commando, actually.
Actually, the only reason not to attack is because of this. It's turned out terrible. Well, it didn't matter attacking, but
Well,
not playing
also
endurance
remember
was
when you
really
didn't
bad.
cast the endurance,
Yeah.
it
Now
it,
this
it, it
turned
got
out
really
bad.
bad for you. I think
Yeah.
that might swing it because I think if you just have endurance plus that creature and don't attack, like
Oh
you're
yeah. I don't think
actually
I can lose
yeah,
almost.
exactly. I mean, I think you're still ahead, but now they have a shot to like do some annoying stuff that you could have really easily avoided.
Yeah. No, I should have definitely cast endurance there and then have two creatures on the board. Because now they like stone forward and now we're back to the annoying Cauldra situation. But I do have force for it, so it's okay. Um so yeah, we're gonna okay. I think I pay 4 here, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with paying for.
Just to have a blue card also.
Great.
Worst case if we need to.
You probably don't need to actually, but
No.
oh,
But
now
now
and now you get to ambush them.
yeah. I did
Uh,
put my graveyard back. I think he has another Solitude here, which I think I don't remember if I forced this. I think I did just because
because it basically
um
clears two solitudes, and you
yeah.
have Sylvan, so like you
And
can
he's also
refill.
like he's 2 lands off Cauldra, so he's not gonna cast him next turn.
Sure.
So I can get a fetch land and put this back on top
Yeah,
with Sanctuary.
I agree.
Yeah, no, it was
Oh,
great.
okay. Yeah. That's good. And you can get the fetch and put into play. If you do need the thing, you can still do it.
Yeah. So now he judgments. I think he just gets rid of library, but
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
we're past that.
You know your top card is a brick, right?
Yeah, it's a land.
Yeah, so you should fetch.
Yeah, I don't need to shuffle back, like put anything back on top. Basically just looking for like iteration if I have more. Yeah, I definitely have more. Another library would be great. Okay, swords is whatever.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean,
I can. This is also I don't know if I agree with that too, because like, I mean it's kind of okay because it doesn't go to the graveyard, but he
well,
knows that he sees I have another one.
So
I
you're
don't know.
wondering if it's better to just kill that one, right? To kill the
Or just
escape one.
or just wait because I might escape the Uro,
Sure.
leaving like the
Right,
Uro,
right.
like removing the Uro, and then like
Sure.
I'm down 2 Uros. But I guess it makes sense. I don't know. So he does draw a land, but he's still 1 land off to force. So here, yeah, just that's fine. I could have let him wait target. Yeah,
sure.
but it doesn't
It's
matter.
marginal.
I know his. Yeah, I know his card. His card in hand is a call draw.
Right.
But yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, he still has enough.
You still have snap force. One thing that they probably don't know that we know is you don't have any basics, so field is actually wasteland.
True, but it's wasteland for 3 mana, so
sure. But I'm saying like for the snap force of will line.
But now he's just gonna slam call draw. We're gonna snap force, and from here I think this game's almost over.
Yeah, because the Yorion loop doesn't do much. Like there's nothing to generate, right?
Not only that, sure, if he draws like a recruiter, he can continue playing a bit, but I mean,
oh, that's good.
Yeah, like I basically don't have almost any dead draws in my deck because all my lands are out. I guess, yeah. I drew only 1 ponder this game, so I have like 3 ponder, 4 brainstorm.
3 iteration.
3 iterations, yeah.
And a Jace.
And a Sylvan Library Jace. So my whole deck is full of gas almost. Yeah, he can Thalia's whatever.
Thalia does not matter by this point. Sadly for them. I mean,
way too late.
Obviously, Thalia like is good in these matchups, but sometimes like when you get to this board stage, it is a brick, you know.
Yeah. So ponder, draw, good cards.
Good.
Yeah, I just want to basically fill my graveyard up. I did swords to Thalia just to because I want to Uro, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And we still have the Sanctuary in our deck.
Yeah, so. And like I know his card is
Yorion,
so it's like whatever, basically. I could also attack with both. Yeah, I think I just attack with. I don't mind trading 3 damage for 3 damage by this state of the game.
Well, I mean, you're ahead in the race now.
Yeah.
So.
Because of Uro.
And the Jid's up. Now you know Field of Ruin ruins you. now he knows. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he's gonna start Yorion looping, but really doesn't matter. Oh, actually, it doesn't Yorion loop, right? He removes my Uro. I mean, that's pretty good for him.
Yeah, I mean, like it's good, but well, now he has serious issues.
Yeah. I mean, now I can. Yeah, I think I just locked this game with Jace. He draws swords. But I think I leave that.
Yeah, who cares about swords?
Yeah, leave that on top. Remove that, the Flicker Wisp. I mean, he can sword the Endurance and attack Jace for 4, but Jace
survives. Jace survives, which is the key, and then like
and now we can Caracas Yorion all day.
I think it's correct not to swords because it's not a lethal attack. Yeah, actually, that's better. Well, because
that's why it's even better to leave it on top because I don't care about it. And I think I have a sword on top. Or no, I don't think I know my card. Or do I? No, land. Okay. So here I could brainstorm even. Yeah. The thing is, like I think I just want to get Ruin to play, and he's gonna sword it all Caracas. That's pretty insane.
Okay, well, I mean, now you just have like infinite cards that are good, so kind of doesn't really matter.
Yeah, just
Sure.
iteration, and but now time is a bit of an issue, maybe.
I don't think
Like,
it's going to be an issue. Like, you have
like
5 power, you kill that, or you just like bounce it repeatedly. 5 power ends the game really fast. Like,
yeah. Yeah, I don't mind him casting that.
I mean, it's just a 5 minute 4/5 flyer. Who cares? Like,
Pretty much. Uh, yeah. So now I can start. So I know he has Skyclave on top, which I don't care because I have Dress Down.
sure.
So basically just like playing as this.
Yeah,
just
get your
speed
damage
game.
in until they're dead, right? Like,
Yeah, this is like a speed game basically. Not even Uro. He's gonna Skyclave. We're gonna Dress Down. Yorion doesn't even flicker it.
yep.
Now I just get rid of it.
Yeah.
I think because next turn I want to Uro and Protected. Oh, now it's even crazier. Mother of Runes, whatever.
Yeah, you just Sanctuary back a removal spell, probably, yeah. And everything works out, and they're dead.
Basically next turn. Because I know they have swords, so this game's basically over because I force the swords.
And you know they're drawing Mother of Runes, and you clear everything
I guess
out.
if they blocked here. Oh, they sword the Endurance, which is kind of weird.
Well, you have the Caracas, right? Like,
yeah, I think they're just playing for time, but like time is I have so much time. Like I'm gonna get 4 attacks pretty easily.
Yep.
Yeah, they're gonna draw Mother. So now, yeah, this game's way over.
And you just plus attack, plus attack.
Yeah, and they skip. Okay.
Okay. Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we'll see what round 7 is. What matchup is it? Do you remember?
Yeah. Now we start losing.
Oh, you start losing? Okay. Shit.
I mean, it had to happen sometime.
Team.
I have no clue what this guy or who he is or whatever.
Or who they are, yeah. I have no idea.
So lose a die roll. Let's see. This hand is pretty great. I mean,
yeah, I mean, like, this is what you sign up for when you play Bant. But
yeah, like my thinking is basically during these rounds, I'm expecting to play more Delver because I think the top tables are going to be Delver. Spoiler.
No Prismatic Delver. Vista means control deck or combo. I don't think there's anything else in between.
Yeah. So my hand is pretty terrible. Now
so it's probably a 4C mirror, right? Like,
yeah. It could be mirror. Could be that he's on the Jeskai list, for example.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those two. Now it's like.
Oh, this is a matchup you do not want to play.
Yeah.
Like, I think, like.
This matchup is horrendous. Game 1 for sure. Game 1's just awful.
Yeah, the Sharks are like. I think you could literally die to a Cycle Shark Typhoon for, 1 or whatever.
Well, they should not the Sharks. It's like this card.
What? Oh, you are.
They play like. Yeah. They play like 4 Teferi, 3 to 4 Narset, and like.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean,
3 Hull Breachers.
You're mega dead. I think in this game, like, it's not particularly close.
Oh no, this game's over. We're done. He's gonna play like Teferi, which I basically have to force it. And they play Flush main deck also. Like
they're super inbred for these mirrors. Like,
yeah, I don't know how he ever beats Delver. Like
I'll give you a hint. If I were to, I would happily play blue red versus that matchup because I think both.
Of course.
Like Daze is insane versus them. Like, how do you get away with playing so many 3-drops and not get dazed all day? Like, obviously you can daze the first one, and like, and then you have a bunch of blasts. like I don't know. It's kind of a nightmare,
Yeah.
I think, for them.
So now I'm just like, I don't know. Sure, we'll keep the land. I think, yeah, just so I can Uro back. But I just Narset.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think you eventually fold this game, right? Like it might take a while, but it's like you're probably just going through a lot of action.
I mean, I continue playing because I have like Vista, ending Vista, so like I can deal with these permanents a bit.
You
And
probably have
like
to kill
Uro
the
can.
Teferi first, right? Oh no,
I think I have to kill this
right,
just because
right,
of Days Undoing,
sure,
because they play that too.
right.
But they force
Uh-oh.
pitch ponder,
So you put
and yeah,
pending on top, right?
yeah, and I don't know, pray.
This is very unpleasant. Like they're basically a
Yeah,
stack in the matchup, and like you're not very
and now he draws step Days Undoing.
okay. Whatever, go next.
I
This
think
is
I
this.
scoop.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
you have 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, I scooped. Yeah, against like
I
Nar
mean,
said that he's gonna draw and Teferi on
it's
7.
impossible for them to time out. Yeah.
Not even timeout. Just like I need to eat something. Like
Sure.
might as well use the time. So sideboarding is pretty great. Like I did side out a bit some forces just because they bring in swords. I mean blast. Endurance one can go. Lone Wasteland is pretty bad because they have a bunch of basic lands.
Sure.
And between swords and ending, I'm not really sure which one. Like this is better against Hull Breacher, but this is better against his million planeswalkers.
Planeswalkers.
But I side in like all the blasts, Veil, and Fluster.
So I think if I were you, I would just cut the second Wasteland as well, even though it cuts your low count a little bit low. I just think it's not very good.
I also side in Carpet, so that's
oh yeah, then I would cut the second Wasteland. I think for
probably,
sure.
and then like I think leave in ending or
I would probably leave in an ending personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like either ending or force.
Yeah, I agree. But I think the second Wasteland like basically doesn't do anything.
Yeah. So this hand it looks good, but it's like I think it's okay just because I have force plus ending for any.
Sure.
But I don't have a blast. Like Pyroblast are probably the best card in this matchup by far.
I agree. I agree with that as well.
But I have Brainstorm, so we're fine. Like it's not like obviously cannot mulligan this hand. Yeah. So.
Okay. People might think this is a meme, but I think in these control mirrors, Surgical is actually good because I think actually looking at their hand has non-zero amount of value as well.
Yeah. Not only that, like if I get, for example, all the Teferis or all the Narsets, he's such a low threat deck. Like they basically don't play a lot of threats.
Right.
So if I get any one of those, I feel much more confident. Yeah, bring someone, just put some land back, fetch them away. I think, yeah. Get Taiga. Probably should have. No, it's okay. Could go Volcanic, but I think it's fine.
So this is a little bit awkward because you do play into Flusterstorms. I was thinking about that, but if it gets blasted, whatever, that's fine. Like,
yeah,
you're always going to get blasted, and obviously you shouldn't fight over it because I don't think that actually matters.
No, because they could
blood me. Like, well, one thing I think you should have thought about, which you didn't really think about, is they were at 7 cards and missed a land drop. So what if you just play nothing and just take no action? I think you should have considered that.
Done that. Yeah.
Like I basically like to tell people that if they're not doing anything and they're about to hit like 8 cards, you should just not cast anything, right? Like
yeah.
And I think you knew that. I think probably you just missed it or something. Like right there.
No, I missed it for sure. So they just shark into ponder.
Mm-hmm.
I think here I could. Don't remember if I do it, but like end of turn, just triple fetch and get back iteration. I do a surgical Pyroblast just to see his hand, and then if I can go for the iteration
I agree with this now that you're in this situation.
And I actually hit, but like his hand is insanely stacked.
Also, they smartly split. They have 2 Pyros, 1 Reb, so Reb is still in their deck. Like, I actually think getting all of the blasts out of their deck does matter, but now this is a very weird situation. I think they pondered into 2 lands essentially. Like
probably, yeah. So like you can see his deck. It's basically
anti-control. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything except wait. They cut. Oh no, they cycled 1 shark. Right.
Yeah. he doesn't even play Monastery Mentor. Usually they play that, but he's just like, nah, I'm gonna combo you and kill you, which makes sense. But like, so I see his hand. I see like triple Narset,
Right.
which I would love to surgical too, but okay. Um, so the way I see it is, I'm probably gonna iteration
Because it
and
forces
try to
them
hit
to.
like
Yeah.
blast or whatever,
Agree.
and then maybe force the Blood Moon, and we continue playing.
Sure.
But yeah, really happy to hit the Pyroblast from his hand. That was insane.
Well, instead of it being a 0-for-1 in their direction, now it's a 1-for-1, which is a lot better, obviously.
Yeah, it's like a one for
And
one plus.
also, like, if they force pitching Narset on your iteration, I think like you probably just let that go and you're happy with the exchange.
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah, for sure.
All right. So
I think what's going on here.
you just have to hit that button.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Remove. Yeah, now we just fetch. Okay.
And now they know for sure that you have no basics. I think they were pretty sure.
What I could also do, I thought about it, is like if they go for Narset and I could get surgical, for example.
Yeah.
Like not this turn, but like the turn after.
Sure.
I force a Narset and I get surgical, and then I cable therapy basically then.
Sure.
Which is not a bad idea. Brainstorm. I think I should. Oh, because I wanted Hardcast Force, I think. Yeah, I think that was the idea. Because I can Brainstorm plus Hardcast Force.
Sure. So I see. Okay.
Yeah, now they fought the Brainstorm, which is kind of weird, but
that is very weird, actually. Yeah.
I don't know.
Actually, I think this makes more sense because just hard casting forces on all of their 3-drops makes a lot of sense. They don't even play one. That's actually pretty smart because I think that's like very telegraphed what your hand is, right?
Yeah.
Because
pretty much.
If you think about it logically, what else can your hand be besides 2 Force of Wills if you just put Brainstorm on top instead of Iteration?
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
So now we start. Yeah.
And now you counter this, and
so I know he has Force, Blood Moon, and 1 card.
So you have to leave up Force again,
which is a bit annoying, like for sure. But I mean, it's okay, like, because end of turn I'm gonna cast Endurance, and then this Hull Breacher is not that important anymore. Also, Narset becomes worse. I can even let this Narset. But he drew Teferi, which is probably insane.
So oh wait.
Yeah, I think my idea was I want an ending and hope he doesn't draw Force, basically, and then ending into land.
Okay, so yeah, if this ending doesn't resolve, you're kind of like in bad shape. But
I know like he has to draw Force that turn. He didn't even draw with Teferi.
Out of curiosity, do you think it's a mistake for them not to minus? I think you should just minus.
I would minus for sure.
Yeah, because I would draw a card. It's so likely to be removed on that turn cycle.
Yeah, because he knows I have Pyroblast and stuff.
Sure.
So. Even though if I had Pyroblast, I would probably counter it, but I think
but
I would just minus.
Not getting the value that not getting 1 card out of the deal there when you are like pretty sure it's going to be killed, and if it doesn't get killed, you're so far ahead anyways. It kind of is like very confusing to me.
Yeah. So here I think he just goes for Blood Moon and
if it smells like a Flusterstorm, but what can you do about it? Like you have to play into it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're done.
Okay. I mean, so that matchup seems atrocious. So
it's really, really bad, but I think like it's all about drawing the blast, which I didn't draw and he did. He drew both blasts.
Sure. And a Fluster is obviously as good as a blast
as well. Fluster also. And I mean, basically didn't draw a lot at all.
I think the major problem was you played Iteration on that turn, where I think I would have just let them go to discard and just make more land drops. Like,
well, the thing is, they cycle Shark Typhoons. Like, they probably cycle.
Yeah, well, but that was like 2 cards deep. Like, what if you just what if you just do it and then they have to cycle on main phase or something? Like, I don't know. I think you gave them a turn to use a blast where you
probably
something you didn't need to do personally.
Yeah, that was a crucial one.
Yep. All right. Let's. Well, you lost. Was this an 8-rounder in Swiss? I guess it was, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So you're 6-1, and you play against... This person is also playing the same deck, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting a lot of practice for the matchup.
I didn't know he's playing that. I didn't know what he's playing.
Yeah.
But I know the username because he's
Michael something. Michael Plummer.
Okay.
I
I
don't
don't
know the
know.
exact name. It's Michael something.
Yeah, but I know that they use it. Well, this hand is obviously a mulligan. This
Yeah.
hand's totally fine for
Yeah.
sure.
Sylvan's like your best card versus them, I think.
I don't know what he's playing for sure. Like
Sure,
I know
but
he's
yeah.
on. My guess, he used to play, for example,
Karn Echoes. Yeah.
yeah, exactly that deck,
Yeah.
which this hand is still fine. So I keep this because these cards are great against it.
And Strand obviously tells a lot of.
Oh,
And now it starts to
Strand
smell a
Ponder.
lot like the same deck from before, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. It's really bad. But my hand's actually good this
Yeah, well, I
time.
mean,
Like I
Sylvan
think,
Library is your best card. Like,
yeah,
I mean, on the play on turn 2, Sylvan Library is your better card.
yeah. So he's gonna ending. I think I forced
Yeah,
this.
I think you should. Yeah, if they
Yeah,
force
just to like,
back, that's fine. Otherwise, you just pay 8, and then just be
yeah,
mindful of Hole Breacher and also you get to
yeah,
waste them.
yeah. Well, I Uro and
Yeah,
waste.
yeah.
Yeah,
Uro waste is kind of absurd here, obviously.
yeah. Waste that. Now they cannot Teferi the Sylvan Library, so I can draw 8 again. Well, pay 8.
Yep,
Um,
that's
pay
really
8.
good. Yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
that
not
was a shuffle.
that's not so good. But
Now I'm a bit worried because I don't have a blue card, but like I do have ending, so it's not the worst case.
if
If he
it's
goes
Hole
like,
Breacher, you can plow it. If it's not Hole Breacher, then it's like kind of boresome.
oh yeah, Hullbreacher, I don't care. It's
Yeah.
more like Narset, or Narset would be annoying because I don't draw, and Teferi bounces it, but this is
Yikes.
annoying for sure. He gets Teferi off the Narset.
Ooh. Yeah. So like the way the decks are structured, I kind of think you're not in great shape with the matchup, obviously, because
No, I think I'm in terrible shape now.
yeah. And
Like
yeah, I mean like kind of dead.
for sure. I think this game's almost over. Like Narset into like this combination of cards against me is really, really good.
Yeah, and
And like
there's no point in
I
wasting
didn't draw the
time.
blue card.
Yeah.
I didn't draw the blue card in time, so I just scooped.
So now you're pretty sure they're the same deck from before because like basically every card looks the same, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like basically another match. Um, I decide I did side into surgical this time for some reason.
I think you're supposed to. I would also cut the second
The
waste for
second
any of those
wasteland.
cards.
But the thing is, I did see Caracas, and I think the match before I didn't see it, so
Sure.
that's a way to protect Euro. For
Oh, okay,
example.
sure. So leaving in one Caracas protects you from that nonsense.
Yeah, like one wasteland. This hand is great, just amazing.
Oh, hey, you finally drew a blast and you have a Sylvan, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when you draw blast, I feel like this matchup is just really good. Even like because they're paying 3 mana and you're paying 1. It's just insane.
yeah.
I do brainstorm end of turn here.
I agree with that. People will align to play a lot, but I think just nowadays the curves are so compressed.
Yeah.
That I think,
Yeah.
especially when you have another cantrip where you have an iteration, it's actually a lot better to burn turn 1 brainstorm than ever before.
Yeah, I think like people are really protecting their brainstorms a lot, but like the games are so much faster now. So
Agreed. That's exact issue.
Yeah. But now I feel great. Like my hand is stacked. He didn't resolve. Like he didn't solve my Sylvan Library.
Yeah.
I just pay 8.
Yeah, pay 8, play a Landsego, and you're.
I can ponder because I have still
sure.
like Fluster, Blast, Fluster.
And now you're just trying to hit enough land drops to play Protected Jace or something like that. You know?
I think now I'm just basically looking for Uro and land drops. That's it. Like Uro because it accelerates land drops, and him. I think
this smells like Hole Breacher.
Yeah, which I'm fine. Which he doesn't have even, so I don't even know what he
I think
has.
if you actually think they have Hole Breacher, you should fetch on your upkeep.
Probably. Now I iteration here, which I don't mind if he forces or does whatever.
Yep.
Just take Uro, I think, and play the land.
You do have to discard a card, but that's fine.
Yeah, I think I discard Uro even. Oh, I discard the land. Okay.
I don't really like discarding. I think you actually should discard Uro.
Well, I didn't discard Uro because of surgical, basically.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Reason. And I was like, yeah, between Sylvan Library and all my cards, I'll probably hit land drops.
And now you're just flooded on cards. I think this is where you stop paying 8. because like you don't actually improve very much by
Now I
having.
just say land go. Like
Yeah.
I can continue playing this game. I think this Hull Breacher. I just kill it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Teferi, I'll force pitch Uro because I know I have an Uro on top, which he doesn't even fight. But now I feel great because now I can go Jace.
Jace with Hydro backup, or you can play Iteration.
I think I just worried basically about Blood Moon, so I don't really
Sure.
want to do that.
Sure.
So I just Iteration, try to. That was great. Now we Brainstorm. We don't hit a land drop, which is not that annoying because I still have like Blast.
You have a lot of protection for yourself, so
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah.
So he Narsets. We're gonna blast that.
Usually, if they have Fluster, your Fluster doesn't beat their Fluster.
Yeah, which is kind of weird.
No, I mean that's just the cost of doing business with Flusterstorm, but
yeah. Any vintage player can tell you that.
I'm not. I mean, maybe.
So he Narsets
Into Blood Moon. Yeah.
Which is something to notice, I guess. It's not that bad. Like even this Narset, I guess Narset is a bit annoying. But what I can do is like just blast it on my draw step,
Sure.
and I still get the library trigger.
Yep.
Yeah, so in response, blast the Narset.
Off Taiga, obviously, and you can still see some cards.
I do pay 4 here because I think
that's fine. I don't think you actually die. Yeah.
Yeah, and I Uro because I know I have a land on top. And now if he's surgical, I don't really mind that too much because he's low on cards, so I don't mind trading like 2 for 1s here. We're gonna blast that. I think he fawns. If he had Fluster here, that would be bad.
I guess. Sure. I mean, like that's the cost of doing business again, but
yeah.
Fortunately, it didn't happen to you.
Nah, I already used 1. I think they play like 2.
Okay.
And now, now I think now I'm just basically looking for protection, more protection, like force, blast, whatever.
I think you can write off surgical in their hand. I think it's probably just like another. I don't actually know what's in their hand. Maybe it's like a Shark Typhoon. It might be a Shark Typhoon, actually.
Probably a Swords. Oh, it's a Shark Typhoon, yeah. Which I think, I'll picture this just to deny them the card.
Yeah, I mean, like the treasure also protects you from Blood Moon, which is kind of funny.
Yeah,
like a little bit, like not all the way, obviously, but.
So they Swords, then they Narset, which is kind of weird. Like I don't know why they would do it that way. Why not? Oh, I think they're Days Undoing. Okay. Yeah, right.
And then you're like, no, there's absolutely no way we can let this happen.
No. Not this time. So yeah, they hit ending, but now like I kill the token, attack Narset, and
then play Jace, and the game's
pretty much over.
Yeah.
I don't draw off like the Uro, but whatever.
No, it's fine. Like Jace is all of the cards you'll ever need. You're plussing, right? Oh, I guess you're not.
I'm still worried. I think about like stuff. So I don't know why. I could plus there actually. That makes sense to plus.
Well, isn't there a card Prismatic Ending?
Yeah.
So I think you should plus. Yeah.
Yeah, I should plus, and then like so they don't draw like a blast or Blood Moon or.
Yep.
Sure. But yeah, I guess they just bricked.
All right, game 3.
So I think that game showed that when you draw blast, that match is actually easily winnable even.
Yeah, it's just a function of you drawing blast or not, really.
Yeah. So this hand, for example, I actually thought about mulliganing it, but it's kind of close.
Well, so my actual issue with this hand is on the draw, if you play Sylvan and they go Narset or Hull Breacher, you're actually just dead. So I think you should just mulligan this hand.
Yeah,
I think you're really soft to those cards is the issue.
Any of the 3-drops, even like Blood Moon, doesn't matter.
Exactly. So
I don't remember. I think it was a greedy keep. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this hand is like a trap hand.
Yeah, I should have definitely mulliganed this hand. I think because like Uro slow. Ponder's actually a nice draw.
Yeah, but Ponder's one of your best draws.
And I think I should have shuffled this, to be honest, because I'm just looking for blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I shuffled. Drew
Okay.
another ending, which is
Not
a
great.
card. But yeah, I think this game is. So now I'm just bluffing. I think playing library here is just.
I mean, I think
like,
playing library is losing, but that's also why I didn't
yeah,
want to keep this hand. Really.
yeah,
So
for
like,
sure. Because now they can just jam, and which they do to fairy. I cycle the.
I agree with
Veil.
cycling the veil, because if you just
Oh
draw
yeah.
blast,
Not
okay.
only that, it's not gonna do any more than that.
I also wonder if you should have. Wait, what? Why didn't we just ending that?
Well, because he minus, so like, I mean, I could get library on the board, and ending it does
Yeah.
ending doesn't do it much because I don't have a force, but I think he just blood moons me here. Yeah, and we're done.
Great game.
Yeah, that's how the game goes. But I think I should have just mulliganed the hand.
I think that hand just does not beat any 7 in their range, essentially. Like it.
Yeah.
I think you just lose to basically any 3-drop with that hand. So
yeah,
it's a pretty
it
easy
also
mull.
showed that like Veil is kind of not great.
Veil's okay. I think Veil is actually one of the ways you can beat Flusterstorm. Like,
yeah,
which is
that's
kind
why I
of
like
interesting.
it.
I think it's okay to have in your deck, obviously, but I don't think in that hand, I don't think it's very good.
No, I should have mulliganed for sure.
Yep.
So this is top 8. I got 8th place, the only X2.
Well, when you go 6-0-0-2 and both of your opponents top 8, you're kind of in a good position to hope for that.
I think 3 of my opponents, no, 2, and others went like X2 or something. So I'm against this guy. I have no clue what he's playing. I also don't like, like some people stream this. So I was like looking because I think True Hero streamed and like Anzi streamed. No, Anzi didn't stream this. Oh, he didn't stream, but he was playing. But he didn't. So he didn't play against any person I knew basically. So this is just a random match of top 8. So for me, this hand's great. Obviously, we're good against Monkey. We're good.
It's good for most decks, honestly. Like this hand.
Yeah, and it's also on the play, so it's pretty easy keep for me. I do get Tundra just because protection against like Wasteland, so I can cast my white card. I think I shuffle that. So I Ponder agree. Ending Wasteland.
Yep. Yeah. Like, what if your opponent just like maniac wastes you and you? So it's Death Shadow. Wraith. It's Doomsday or Death Shadow.
Yeah, I was thinking like Doomsday, Death Shadow. I was basically thinking Doomsday, and then I was like, oh, my hand sucks, kinda. But then he goes Arid Mesa.
Is this Living End? Oh, it's Madness. That's what it is.
Yeah, no, we're Madness. Yeah, okay, looting, discard Vengevine Rootwalla, play Hollowvon.
Oh, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, and now I'm like, okay, I probably lose this game.
Well, if you draw a Plow, you're probably okay, but
yeah, I was looking for Plow which I draw the Plow, which is great.
Sure.
So now I can just ending the Rootwalla. I plow the
Vengevine.
Vengevine, yeah.
You definitely plow the Vengevine, ending the Rootwalla, and then
any like Anger plus Rootwalla.
Yeah, Anger is like shockingly good in that deck. Like
it's really good, yeah. I also thought about fawning them. I think Uro is just so important against them. So.
No, I like what I learned playing Hogak or like Uro decks versus Hogak is I think you can actually beat them if you live to cast.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I saw that.
That was a mistake. I mean,
yeah,
you should just kill the recurring one.
Yeah.
Uro versus Hogak decks is actually really, really powerful. Like, I mean, this is not actually Hogak, obviously, but
yeah. So now, obviously, Uro into on the
yeah, and I think wasting them actually does make sense for what it's worth.
No, here it doesn't. No reason to. So ending the red one, yeah, because it costs less mana to activate.
Yep.
Yeah, but they drew Ravager.
So you're at one. So I mean, you have to
twice, but they get another Rootwalla.
So what has to happen is you have to Uro into.
Yeah, I just died.
Oh, okay.
I need to Uro, but now I don't have a land to Uro into.
No, so you needed to draw either Plow or White Source. That's not effective.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yep.
Uro. Well, yeah, exactly. Even though no, I'm still dead because I Uro go up to 4. Let's say block the 4 power, plow this, but I'm still dead to the Wallas, and they still get like a bunch of cards. So it was still a pretty close game, kinda, despite them having the total nut hand, almost kinda.
Uro is extremely good for like that's the
Yeah.
reality.
So sideboard, basically side out low. I do keep one wasteland. No real reason.
Well, Sylvan Library is not very good versus them. Like that's
Yeah,
not what the
side out
games are about.
library.
And
I cited one Hull Breacher. I cited obviously the Staticaster because it killed
sure.
other Root Wallas, and the Endurance because, well, yeah,
Yeah.
obvious. Side out Dress Down. Dress Down could be fine because they sometimes play Ox of Agonas.
I don't think it's great. Like I think I would just not have it.
I think it's just so slow. And Jace is obviously super slow, like 4 mana card against
right.
That hand. So this hand seemed pretty good. Like Force of Negation is surprisingly really good against them.
Yep, I would keep. Yeah.
Yeah, counters like
looting, like so. People jokingly call that a lead combination deck, like Lionside Diamond combination deck, which I don't think is actually far off from the truth. I think Lionside Diamond is so much better than all.
I could have countered that, but I was really trying to counter the looting or the burning inquiry.
I would have considered it at least, but I mean, now you have to force this, obviously.
Yeah, I forced my Staticaster because I think I need to keep these just to keep up cards. But yeah.
Oh, and you drew another Staticaster. That's kind of funny. Yeah.
There's a merit actually to keeping one of like pitching one of these and keeping the Staticaster.
So I think you brainstorm here looking for either plow or force, and you want to counter the Angie's Ravager or kill it. Oh, that's not great.
But I think I fetch brainstorm again. Just to counter
looking for force. Oh, you just let it. No. I see. Okay.
Yeah. But which I get, which is now I feel like this game is almost over.
Well, they have 0 cards in hand and they have a 1/1.
Yeah.
And I would definitely pitch Staticaster. I definitely would pitch Staticaster, yeah.
Yeah. Because like we have so many outs. Yeah, we can take these.
Yes, I believe your deck will not die to a 3/1 over like 7. Oh, okay. You literally don't die to a 3/1 right here. Yeah. You can get Savannah.
Savannah, yeah.
Which fixes your mana. So.
And now it's kind of, I guess, him trying to resemble, but yeah. I mean, and I cite Surgical too, yeah. Surgical obviously comes in too, because it gets all the like.
But I would just ignore the Surgical. I don't think it actually matters. Like I think.
Oh no! Obviously, I'm just remember that I cited that one into, and I think period. Like once I escape Euro, he should probably scoop. There's like 0% chance to come back.
Yeah,
if I draw a land the whole game, it doesn't matter.
I mean,
his deck is not function. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Uro is good, and like, did they keep 7 that game? You should just check.
No, I think they mulled to like
6.
6. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The thing is, like, what I was thinking, either counter LED or Burning Inquiry was the choice. It's kind of close. The thing is, I think. Because they went to 6 on the play, so they played like land LED, and then they have 4 cards. So the only way LED is good, like if I don't counter, let's say he doesn't have inquiry, is if he goes like LED, discard my hand, play like Root Walla Ravager plus discard Vengevine, and that's the way I get really fucked.
Well, if they also just have anger, I think it's so much worse for you. But they only play 2 angers, so
I think inquiry and looting are. I think if this was like a force of will, I'd probably counter the LED. But because force of negation, countering looting is
sure with that. That makes sense. All right.
Game 3.
I mean, these games are really fast. Like either you Uro them and stop their stuff, otherwise you get killed very quickly. It's not. It's like. I think the turns are so the games are compressed to like 4 turns on each side, I think.
Oh yeah, exactly. So we're on the draw this game, and this hand's great.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can kill like, I mean, the real worry is if they have Angie's Ravager. Fine. Yeah, I mean, I would keep.
But I think I don't think I can mulligan this hand. He does go. I think inquiry. Yeah.
Okay, I
So
mean,
we're
keeping any 7 first inquiry is
and
just good.
actually the inquiry wasn't too bad for me. Like I got rid of. I mean endurance is good, obviously, but my
Is
hand didn't
endurance
get.
good? Like, endurance is not good in this hand. Like,
No, I mean in general,
sure,
but
sure, sure.
I'd love to have it in my hand. Let's say instead of I don't know one prismatic ending, but it
Right.
could be worse. Like imagine me discarding all 3 lands.
Sure. I mean, yes. Burning Inquiry is one of the more unpleasant cards to play against.
Yeah,
And
here I do keep Fluster
I,
just
I,
to
I agree.
replace a
I agree.
second.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I'm like snap flustering
I
now.
would just fluster that so fast. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, what else are you doing with your turn? There's nothing good to do.
and I do surgical it by the way, just to see his hand. And this way, also if he has a second fluster, a second looting in his hand, he cannot cast it because of
Sure.
this copy is on the stack.
Yep. That's a
Okay, so
really good heads up play. I think some people
yeah,
might have missed it. I wasn't even thinking
yeah,
about it, but once you did, I'm like, oh, that makes complete sense. You know?
yeah. So here I see his hand. Um, so he had like Putrid Imp, which is he's gonna play now, which I can ending, and then like Ox Ravager. But
Yep.
so I feel kind of good. It's gonna be kind of close how quick he can get this Ox going, and if I could get Hull Breacher before it, because
Agreed.
Hull Breacher is insane against this deck.
Yeah, I mean, like all of the lootings, inquiries, lootings,
Yeah,
Angie's Ravager, like don't do anything. And Street Wraith actually doesn't do anything either, so that's kind of funny.
yeah. So yeah, he played that. Force was
Oh,
just a great
Force is an
draw.
excellent draw because now I don't think you
Yeah.
can actually die before you find the things you need.
So he discards Ox. So he has 4 cards. This is
Yeah.
8. Yeah, so he's kind of far from that. I do Ponder because I just need to hit the 3rd land for that.
I
And it's
agree.
basically a perfect Ponder, like
Yeah.
top endurance.
I agree. Even the Sanctuary is not too bad, actually.
Yeah, Sanctuary is fine. This game is gonna get really bad for my opponent.
I mean, you just let them attack and Horde Breacher them, right?
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, it's Hull Breacher. I get 3 tokens,
And
and
then you
then
can play
endurance.
Endurance, yeah. Yeah, it's this is disgusting. Like, I mean, Horde Breacher is not a very fun card to play against. Oh,
Yeah,
and you get anger too. Like now they're just like completely
and then
lost.
like I block the Root Walla, and then he has to attack again, so I get 3 more tokens. I thought about
Oh
blocking this, but I was like, oh no,
Just
no.
take the 3 so you get 3 more mana is like
Yeah,
definitely correct.
yeah. I was like, yeah. I I was just being safe, not attacking the whole
I
picture.
don't think
It
there's anything
really
that they
doesn't
can
matter.
draw. Like I think they're
No,
just
this game.
actually just dying like 100% because of Horde Breacher.
Yeah,
Oh my
this game's
god.
like, yeah. Now I draw Uro.
Okay, well, I mean, now it's actually.
That's comical. I think he just skips to the Uro probably.
I mean, you. And you have Snap. I mean, like, you just have everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That
It
was
doesn't even
very
matter.
lopsided game 3, like, honestly.
Yeah, I think he just he bricked hard on the inquiry because he discarded 3 lands. Or it was like 2 lands and a Root Wall, I think.
Sure.
I think that was the main game. And then like the looting got countered and that was it.
Sure.
I mean that's how this deck works a lot though. Like if either they're explosive or they can break because of inquiry and stuff like that. But I mean he did top 8, so it worked out. All right, last match.
It's the Killer SUV free match, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, you're kind of like, God damn it, right?
Yeah. The thing is, like, the top 4 was me, Yoshiwara, and Death and Taxes, and both blue red, like, Jeskai decks that I lost to.
Oh.
And the way
the
way pairings work, like, top 8 is like normal pairing, like first against 8.
Oh, so you knew you were going to play against Killer SUV.
No, and apparently on Magic Online, top 4 is random.
Oh.
And the way the standings work, if top 4 was like normal, I would have played against Death and Taxes and not the both Jeskai decks. So I was like, oh, good, I'm gonna play against Death and Taxes, so I actually have a shot. But then I get paired against Killer Soup, and I'm
so
like,
once you knew the pairings are random, then you were 2/3 to play a matchup you really didn't want to play, right? Like
I didn't know the pairings were random. I thought they were like normal.
I don't know anymore. It's like weird. Okay, but whatever.
But apparently, yeah. Apparently, top 8 is standings, and then top 4 and above is
Random.
Random,
Okay, weird.
I
I did
think.
not
I
know
don't know if
that.
I don't know if that's for challenges too, but I think it is. I
It would
think
make
that's
sense
how.
that they use the same underlying code for both, but
Yeah, I don't
that
think
is very
they.
weird.
It is really weird. Like I don't. So obviously another matchup. This hand is totally fine. I mean, it's not great, but not a mulligan. Basically, I want to get game one over with as fast as possible. Like this game one is just horrendous. I think game one will show how bad it is. Because if I remember correctly, he bricks so hard, or was it a different one? I'm not sure. But I basically pawned. I just want to find Uro and start like getting some advantage going. But Snapcaster is also fine.
Yep.
So I keep the snap. Um, yeah, I don't think it was this match. It was a different one, yeah. Not a great one iteration, but it'll do.
I mean, you have a card to pitch the force. That one's
Yeah.
really bad.
It does stop Hull Breacher, so that's something. But now we start the 3-drop battle, which I pitch, dress down.
Yep.
The funny thing is, like, they can just let this get countered because they have 4 of them in their decks.
Yeah, it's super annoying. Like they're basically just trying to like throw a bunch of hymns at you, like, and you'll eventually
Yeah.
run out because like.
Of course, yeah. I do draw another hymn. I think I wasteland them.
I would snap waste them. Like,
yeah.
I'm looking just for ways to cheese them personally. Like,
exactly. There's another one. I think, yeah, force pitch brainstorm. Okay.
Why did you fetch first?
I think I knew my top with like endurance plus land, so I didn't really need that. I should have maybe pitched ponder and brainstorm there.
Sure.
So he force pitch. I think it was another force.
Sure.
It's actually a good trade for him.
And now you're kind of in the shitter. Like, it's gonna be really tough. Yeah, do you just ponder, snap, ponder? Oh, I guess you waste. Okay.
I think I waste here.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like,
yeah, because I could have just played snap and just try to cheese that way, but that's like so bad. So I don't know. I think I just slam library here and yeah, just try to cheese that way, which will not probably work.
I don't think it's gonna work a large portion of them, although they.
But I mean, it does work. But the thing is, like, my cards are so bad that like even drawing extra card doesn't do much.
Right, most of the cards in your deck don't do very much here. So the issue is like you can draw a bunch of cards, but if none of them do anything, like who cares, right?
Yeah. Now I'm just gonna snap ponder. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think playing as Second Sylvan does very much.
Nah, for sure not. Ending is good though.
Yeah, ending is one of the cards that actually does something.
Yeah. He does Vista for a ponder for an island and not a plane, which just shows maybe something of his hand. I don't know. But he shuffles with the ponder, which is something.
So they're looking for like a 3-drop, I guess.
They're looking for something. I don't know. I think they're just like breaking so hard. I think this also shows how bad this matchup is because my opponent breaks so hard, and like I'm still like not. I still feel like I'm not even close.
Right.
But yeah, now I just swords. Oh, I think I ending the fairy, and then like yeah, you can force that, but then I swords.
Then attack it. That. Sure.
Yeah. Ponder, draw another ending, which is great. Oh, they do swords, so but they're out of cards, like, so that's fine.
They bounce yourself in. They don't have anything, or they like have a force of will is probably their last card.
Probably, yeah. They have
yeah, whatever. So they play a lot of forces. They play 6, right, in their main deck?
Yeah, I think the same amount as me, yeah.
Sure. Theirs are a little bit better because they have a bunch of Narsets and Hull Breachers and whatever, so.
Yeah. Narset and basically the fairy is the best card in this matchup, probably. So, and they go, this was a turn.
Oh, you're kind of dead now, I think.
Well, no, we both draw 7, right?
So yeah, no. Sure.
But I mean, if he forces this and then like he has basically everything back. So
well, I think the scary part of this is that you get wait, was there Dazen doing not exiled? Oh, it only exiles if it's cast
on their turn.
On their turn. Right. Okay,
yeah,
I forgot.
Right. So yeah, now we just play. In some weird way, there's like a new game, but I'm feeling still way behind. I could have forced that, I think, which I should have for sure. I don't know.
That was weird. You probably just are like whatever.
Oh, I think I want to. Yeah, I think I want a Sanctuary back ending.
Oh, I see. But the problem is like. The problem is like they drew a shit ton of cards. Like, I think you should have just forced the first one and then just planned to ending the second one.
But... Well, I think like the way I saw it, they didn't force the ending the first time around. Sure. When they, so I felt like they didn't have a force, and like yeah, they minus there, so I could try and like Days Undoing attack. I don't know, attack the Teferi, but they definitely have a sword or prismatic ending. At least one of them, I don't know.
I was hoping for a hard cast Shark Typhoon.
It's probably gonna happen. Yeah, so swords.
Force some negation, and you're like, God damn it. This
like torture that doesn't end. That's a problem. And like, I think I brainstorm and then I find out that there's an Narset on the board and then I scoop. It didn't really matter. Like this game was way over.
They're hard casting for the memes.
Yeah, we're hard casting, and then like, okay, we're
done. You're like, whatever. You're flexing on me. We're done with this.
I think this just shows how bad this matchup is. Like my opponent didn't draw well at all. I think he bricks so hard, so many turns.
And then you died on like turn 13, anyways, right?
And I think, and I still didn't feel close at all. Like I still like, okay, I'm not gonna win this game. Game 2. So this hand is close to perfect, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you have a blast, you have a carpet, and you have 2 cantrips. So, like, there's no way you can mulligan. So, and I assume you're just slamming off of top. Yeah.
Just like he could ending it, but whatever, it's fine. Which he doesn't. I think I just brainstorm, draw more gas. Gonna be a long one for sure, but like having double blast is just so good in this matchup. Yeah, I think I do force here because I am low in lands, so I don't mind trading this.
It's interesting that you brainstormed 2 lands back and you still kept one of them actually.
Well, because the reason is I was low on lands.
Sure.
Like for example, if he has a second ending and then like I have only 2 lands, that's pretty bad.
Right. Fair enough.
So here just play and go.
I agree, because if you play something and then you don't have 2 blasts up and it works out poorly, it doesn't. It's really bad. Whereas now you like get to iterate with a bunch of mana.
And now I feel like really good.
Yep, exactly. And you can go for the ambush 3/4 end step if you want to. I think you're probably supposed to, but I don't know.
I think I do it. I don't remember. No, okay. I think end of his turn, I'm gonna. Well, it depends what he does, but
this is a Psycho Typhoon for 2, so maybe you get to ambush it with your endurance.
Yeah. Snapcaster ending probably. Oh, but now I get to stop the Snapcaster, which is nice.
Oh, this is kind of nice. That's why you didn't counter it, obviously, because like now who cares?
Yeah, and like this endurance basically was a 2-for-1.
Yep.
Even more. I don't know. Like it stopped Snapcaster and it got a sword, so that's pretty good. And now I think, I get iteration because we're low on cards.
Yep. And you're just trying to iterate into 2 spells, obviously.
Yeah, now it's great.
And we got some spells.
I think I play Hullbreacher just to leave up. Oh yeah, because I didn't want to tap low on. I think just playing the Hullbreacher is fine here. Could have played Uro and try to cheat the Hullbreacher, but it's okay.
No, I think you can wait on the Uro. Like this turn, it's a lot better to do that.
He's gonna try a Hullbreacher. We're gonna fight, or not a lot, but.
I like this because of surgical. Like you should just immediately fire.
I kind of felt like he had surgical because he didn't do anything. He didn't
exactly. But you got to avoid it that game pretty easily. All right. This one's for all of the marbles.
Drew blast and carpet.
You drew 2 blasts, so.
Yeah.
And then
that's how I feel like the matchup. Once you draw blast, the matchup's great. well, not great, but it's totally winnable. Like much.
Sure.
It's actually pretty good even if you draw blast because they play
Right.
3-mana cards and carpet is also great.
Sure.
So yeah, everything here. Game 3. Yeah, this hand's a mulligan.
Yeah,
Really
I mean,
close. Really close.
if that was a Volk,
No, I still
no,
mull.
okay, sure.
A Volk?
Yeah. Well, okay. Okay, here's the thing that would actually, if an Uro was a land, this is like a snap keep. This is just hands like so insane, but
yeah, if
it's
Uro is
not.
like a fetch land, I'd probably
Sure.
snap keep it.
But yeah, I agree with mulliganing, of course.
Yeah. So he kept 7, not great. But this hand's great.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I put back Snapcaster Mage.
it's Snap or Horde Breacher in my review. Like, I don't think you can put anything else back.
I think Horde Breacher is just like the higher upside of choosing.
Sure, yeah.
Now we just play land go. Spoiler, this game's super fast.
I mean, a lot of these games are going to be super fast one or the other because their deck is like a stacked deck that has a combo kill in it, so.
Yeah. And this is a turn. So, okay, we're gonna go Blood Moon.
Force Pitch Brainstorm.
So here, I'm
not even sure I like brainstorming first. Like,
the reason I brainstormed, I mean, I could have force pitch brainstorm, and then they brainstorm, and they force back, and then they fluster. I think I was just searching for another 1 mana. Like, actually, it doesn't really matter too much because I only have 1 mana. I think I was just searching for another force if I needed to.
Right.
But if I have double force, I'm dead.
Sure.
But like I didn't find it.
So now I assume it's Force Pitch Brainstorm, right?
Or Ponder, whatever.
Okay, sure. They're kind of identical. And you fluster, and then they have another force, and you lose.
Yep.
Wow, great gameplay. Yeah, your deck is and I assume you just right click concede because it's like a waste of time.
Yeah, we're done. That was it. That was the game.
Wow.
The hand was like just that.
You got Blue Moon.
Yeah, the funny thing is, it was just like a Planeswalker. This would be fine, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, but Blood Moon obviously ends the game, so like what else?
Yeah, I just scooped, pretty sure. Like
they're not gonna time out. Like
nah.
Okay. Well, that's a sad way to go, obviously, but like I mean, when you play an Onrog style deck, you just resign yourself to losing to this sort of bullshit because your deck like
for sure.
I mean, he plays the most greedy mana bases possible, and obviously here it's kind of costly, but you know, whatever. So yeah, that's a super qualifier top 4. I mean, that's still a good finish. Did both did the top 2 qualify?
Yeah, that was the final.
That's kind of a sad loss then, obviously, but you know, I mean, at the beginning of any tournament, if you're told that you would make top 4, you probably just take that in the dark.
Oh yeah, I've been there like multiple times. It's fine.
Sure.
But like, I don't even. For me, it wasn't even like playing the PTQ to win.
You just like playing Legacy for some like
I don't
real
even
prizes.
care about the Pro Tour anymore. Like
sure.
I didn't even know what it qualified me for if I win that match. It was more like just I don't know if I'm there I want to win. But
yep,
but it was fine. It was great.
Yep, and obviously a good run, and maybe the showcase or whatever. I'm probably playing. You're probably playing. Hopefully, one of us does well. And
is it next week or this weekend?
It's next Sunday. Tomorrow is Pioneer, so.
Oh, okay. So probably played. I'll see. Let's close.
Anyways, yeah, great deck, great run. Well, I don't know if it's a great deck. It's a fine deck. That's my personal bias, of course. Like, I'm not a huge fan of those decks, but obviously you made it look good.
Good for like the meta game now, but because I did top 4 the challenge after, and
I saw that.
Before.
Yep.
Uh,
And so obviously a bunch of good finishes. Yeah, 7th, 4th, 3rd, in 3 weeks in a row. Then a third. The weeks before that, it wasn't so good for you, but it was still decent. So
yeah.
that's how it is. And is there anything you want to shout out before we head out?
No, thanks. It's great.
I
I
thought
mean,
you're on a writing team.
I yeah, they're like the Patreon, but I think the TAC, but I don't write there anymore, but I probably will write there in like a month or two,
Okay,
record videos and
sure.
maybe get back to that.
And so that's Pack Team 9 on
Yeah,
Twitter. It looks like.
yeah, I think that, yeah.
Okay. All
If
right.
anybody, they're mostly Pioneer and stuff, modern.
You're
I was
you're
the only legacy player there, so.
sure. All right. Before we head out, who should we raid? There's Yellow Hat.
Oh,
A classic. Yellow Hat's a classic. We got Demonic Tutors. We got Waffle
oh, we can
Tapa.
write Demonic Tutors. I like
Okay.
that guy.
Cool.
Let's rate him.
All right. And
All right,
see y'all next time, everyone.
great. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for being here.